Okay, I've never played Crusader Kings 3 before, or any Crusader Kings games, or I don't think I've played anything in this genre. It's grand strategy, I guess? I know very little about it other than what people in chat have told me, that it's kind of a strategy game that's about interpersonal relationships and specific people and decisions, more so than about like grand military movements and those sorts of things. So I'm kind of excited to see what it's like. I've heard a lot of good things. Go ahead and boot it up for the first time. Hey, thanks Yukapo. Appreciate that. While I'm booting here, I'm going to have to test like audio. Not sure how quiet or loud this game runs. Game of Thrones, the game. Hey, thank you, Raker. Appreciate that. Let's see. I'm just looking through settings here. Oh, sound effects play. This game runs a little bit quieter than Fallout 3. So I'm going to turn it up a teensy bit here. Grand strategy is the general genre. Apply it to paradox strategy games in general. Okay. Yeah, I've heard about the Game of Thrones mods for, was it Crusader Kings 2? It became pretty popular. I don't think I need to make any changes here. This all looks fine to me. Okay. Now, I understand I'm supposed to start with the tutorial, but I assume that's just something that pops up when I click new game here. Play tutorial. Absolutely, I'm going to play the tutorial. I mean, I have no idea how to play these games. We strongly recommend you play the tutorial. You'll play as Petty King Bershad, ruler in Ireland. Probably going to mangle name pronunciation in this, so let me know if I get it wrong. Welcome to Crusader Kings 3. You're a medieval ruler. Your reign may be brief. Through your heirs, you can bring your dynasty to prominence. Land is yours for the taking by way of the sword or through marriage. Clever diplomacy can extend your reach far beyond the wildest dreams of any conqueror. Yeah, it sounds like the opening of that first song was quiet and then got super loud, so I just turned it down. Use the WASD keys to move the camera. Also move the cursor to the edge of the screen to pan. Press home to return to your capital. Okay. Zoom with the scroll wheel. There's details map, political map, and paper map. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like that. Okay, I see. Gotcha. That's neat. Like, you can still see the borders even in this zoom level. It seems like I was asking some questions about this game when we were playing something else. It's obviously heavily inspired by history. Tries to use rules in scenarios that simulate historical situations, which is kind of cool. CK3 spans hundreds of years and many generations. The time is standing still because the game is paused. I'll keep the game paused while I walk you through game concepts. Thanks. Sometimes you'll see blue highlighted text. You can hover your cursor over those words to display an informative tooltip. Thank goodness for whoever came up with that idea in video games. Neat. Good job. So these tooltips may have highlighted words, which can also be tooltips for further information. Oh, that's cool. Duchy can lead to a county, which can lead to a barony. Take a couple of seconds for a tooltip to lock in for mouse overs. Oh, there's a little animation for that. That's cute. You can see the pop-up like filling up there. I dig that. Very nice. Neat. Got it. Rulers of land. Let's talk about the game. Everything takes place on the map before you. The world consists of large and small territories. Landed titles held by various rulers. Titles are represented by elaborate coats of arms shown as icons on the map. I think it says something important for your what kind of game you're making if one of the very first things you explain to the player is how cool the tooltip locking system is, right? I'm into that shit. That's up my alley. Icon representing your realm is that of your primary title, the most important and prestigious title you hold. They'll give me more information on that here. Hover over your portrait, the coat of arms over your realm capital, Lumnich. I feel like I need Andrea here to make her own names for these. Petty King, Feudal Duchy Tier Realm, Petty Kingdom of Munster, unmarried. Hold the Earldom of Thomond as a separate title. Munster is your primary title. Okay. Which is why your realm is named after that. As a ruler, you can only hold so much land on your own. You'll often have other rulers helping with the administration of the realm by holding land within your borders, making them your vassals. To find your own land, your domain, press the home key and zoom in. Once closer up, you can see the blue labels on the baronies that belong to you. Okay, this is helpful because I have no idea how feudal society was organized. Like, I know the word baron and viscount, but I have no idea what those things mean. Characters. You play as one of many characters in the world, represented by character avatars. Your character is the ruler of a realm. You need to make sure your dynasty survives and thrives throughout the ages. Your titles give you power and control over territory, as well as over other characters who might hold titles and land of their own. Click on your character. Characters have skills, indicating a proficiency with a certain field. Some are great talkers, others prefer to make their intent clear on the battlefield. Diplomacy. Charm, negotiate, and persuade. Sure, that makes sense. Used to further schemes. Lifestyles. Adult rulers may choose a lifestyle which will in turn allow them to select a focus and start gaining perks. Each lifestyle has its own type of experience, which is used to purchase perks. Dreadful, or like weeds in a garden. Fertility up. Dread gain. Okay, I can't dive too far into that right now. I'm gonna have a heart attack. Stewardship helps rulers manage their domains. Increases taxation. Intrigue. Understand and manipulate other characters, organize elaborate plots. It's interesting that intrigue is treated separately from diplomacy, but that makes sense. Learning, literacy, and wisdom. Affects the cost of increasing crown authority. General power a ruler wields over their vassals. Like political capital, I guess? Okay. Piety. Virtue. Acting piously increases a character's piety. Piety can be spent on religious matters depending on government form. Oh, form of government. Okay. Feudal, tribal, clan, theocracy, and republic. Okay. So this character is really good at martial, okay at stewardship, not so great at intrigue, and bad at learning and diplomacy. Characters have traits which can affect skills as well as how they react to things. The way the things are being highlighted in this tutorial is really great. They're doing a good job of breaking it up and getting me to focus on one thing at a time. Traits affect skills as well as how they react to things. They're illustrated by icons. Traits tell you about a character's personality, like fickle, calm, and generous. Oh, but they also have associated stat boosts. This is something that I found really fun about, like, I only played a couple hours of Civilization 4, I think was on Leon's subblock a couple years ago, but I like the idea of trying to come up with things like fickle or calm and determining what impact that has on your in-game mechanics and statistics, right? That sort of top-down approach where you start with the flavor and then you ask, okay, what's our mechanical interpretation of that? Generous, diplomacy +3, monthly income -10%. Opinion of greedy characters -15. Okay. Oh, greedy is like the opposite. Diplomacy down, income up. See, that's kind of what I mean. Like, I really like the idea that generous and greedy characters are mechanically the inverse of one another. That's clever. Traits are, and I like that generous characters dislike greedy characters, but not the other way around. Other traits are specific to how a character has lived their life, such as an education trait or commander traits. You are temperate, wrathful, and impatient. Stewardship +2, small boost to health. You have a higher opinion of other temperate characters, low opinion of gluttonous characters. Virtuous to Catholics. Wrathful. Natural. What is dread? Measure of how feared a ruler is. Rulers increase dread by performing cruel and heinous acts such as torturing and executing prisoners. Dread makes it viable to play as a tyrant. Unruly vassals can become intimidated or terrified, making them too scared to oppose you. A character's dread can range from 0 to 100. Dread tends towards their natural dread, which is defined by their personality traits. Okay. Vassals are discouraged from joining factions and from scheming. Is there no downside to having a high dread? Interesting. Impatient. Learning down. Monthly prestige up. Opinion of liege. Okay, so I am someone's vassal. Gotcha. I kind of was under the impression that a vassal was just like, you know, like someone that was a serf under a lord. I guess it didn't occur to me that a sub-lord would be called a vassal. That makes sense, though. When a character chooses to behave contrary to their personality traits, it causes them stress. That's clever. There are costs to doing the things that increase dread. Okay. Traits impact how other characters react to. Some people are impressed by the brave trait. A lustful character is more likely to feature in salacious gossip. That's cool. Okay, so these are like my personality traits that I just have by default. Education trait, martial lifestyle experience up, skilled tactician, open terrain expert, advantage in plains, farmlands, and steppe. All characters, yes, all, text the devs are proud of themselves, have an opinion of one another, which drives their behavior. Low opinion can cause people to rise up against you or be unwilling to help you. High opinion can, on the other hand, make characters more inclined to join your murder scheme or fall for your seduction. How you choose to interact with other characters often affects their opinion of you. Is opinion a value between 0 or negative 100 and positive 100, or is it unbounded? Your son and player heir. Player heir is the heir that a player will keep playing as on succession. Cool. I like games that have that as a concept. I do that in my D&D game where, you know, your artifact that represents your class levels is passed on in between characters whenever I finish an adventure. Further your goals, you need gold. Among other things, gold pays for buildings, armies, and bribes. Gold is collected passively from both your holdings and your vassals as tax. Larger vassals and more important holdings tend to give more tax. Money can't buy everything. Certain things can only be achieved by spending the right amount of prestige or piety. Okay, so these are our currencies. Money, prestige, piety, renown. Interesting. Soldiers, I guess they're going to tell me about that in a second here. Prestige tells you how respected you are. It can be earned passively over time by holding titles, or actively by marrying into prestigious dynasties, or fighting as an ally in wars. Whenever you earn prestige, you build towards your next level of fame. Measures their general reputation, how well perceived they are by everyone. Each time a character gains prestige, they also progress towards the next level of fame. Established, distinguished, illustrious, exalted among men, living legend. A lot of piety, you'll have an easier time interacting with your head of faith. As you're Catholic, this is the Pope. Some faiths have a spiritual head of faith, e.g. the Pope. Some a temporal head of faith, bailiff, okay. Piety can be gained passively from the learning skill and virtuous traits, actively from pious actions such as going on a pilgrimage. Also have a level of devotion. Builds over time whenever you gain piety and can have positive effects for your character. Some actions require you to spend piety, like declaring holy wars or creating a new faith. Denomination of a larger religion, okay. You can't just, like, make your own faith from scratch. As well as traits, your characters can also pick a lifestyle. There are 5 lifestyles, 1 for each skill. Lifestyles represent what you put the most effort into day to day. Each one has several focuses inside relating to it. Okay, so trait, lifestyle, focus. You have to pick a focus when you select a lifestyle. Passive bonuses influence the types of events that appear. Having the temptation focus will boost fertility. Increase the chances of seduction-themed events. Oh. So events are somewhat random. That's cool. Click the lifestyle button. Choose a lifestyle. Click on a lifestyle to see its focuses. As time goes by, your character will earn lifestyle experience for maintaining a lifestyle. When you acquire enough lifestyle experience, you can select one of that lifestyle's perks from any of its trees. Perks represent you practicing and developing yourself over time and offer unique bonuses like special traits, or unlock lifestyle-specific mechanics and content, such as the ability to start abduction schemes. Hostile scheme that aims to imprison a target. Sure. Strategy, authority, and chivalry focuses all grant martial experience, which can be used to acquire any of the martial lifestyle's perks. Completing perk trees leads to different lifestyle traits. Oh god, okay. Don't think about it too much. It looks like they're trying to make it simple by only giving me 3 choices at the start. It's going to get more complicated later, but it doesn't get complicated right now. This is fine. Also, I feel like the tutorial is trying to talk me into picking martial. Now, under normal circumstances, I feel like part of this game is that it's not all about combat, so you probably don't need to, and I probably wouldn't want to build a character around combat. But given that the starting character's highest stat is martial, I'll give it a try. Maybe they're implying that that's a simpler focus here. Luck can win a duel. Fool can win a battle. It takes more to win a war. Plus 3 martial. Extra martial experience every month. Okay, they all have that effect. I feel like I'm picking relics in RuneScape. Martial 1. Dread gain 20%. Control growth. Victory comes not through blood or gold, but honor. Prowess, plus 3. Attraction. Haha. Attraction is a type of opinion that only affects characters whose sexual orientation matches your gender. I like how they put that. An asexual character would not experience it towards anyone. So, that's actually interesting. What? I wonder how the devs make that determination for actual historically represented characters. Like, it's arguable that Alexander Hamilton was bisexual, right? Because he wrote a bunch of, like, really salacious letters to John Laurens. But it's the kind of thing where historians will say, oh, they were just really good friends. I wonder if this video game would take that leap and say, well, we've got a little bit of evidence that suggests maybe he was actually into John Laurens, so we'll classify him that way. Not that he's going to be in this game, because this is focused on Europe, but just an example that popped in my head. Yeah, Sappho and her friend. Great subreddit. Gal pals. Focus. Okay, got it. Having selected a focus, we can move on to other people. Interacting with other characters is key in Crusader Kings 3. You have many options for how to do so. One of the starts in Spain is the Duke sleeping with his sister, who's a spy master. Yeah, folks are mentioning that in a different episode. I was playing some other game talking about letting you set sexual norms. That's really cool that, you know, there's some default setting, but that you can modify it if you want to. It would be fun to see how that changes the path of the game, too. That's cool. Having selected a focus, we can move on to other people. Interacting with other characters is key. You have many options for how to do so. Open your character view. Right-click your Heirs character portrait to see the interactions available. Okay, that's terrifying, but I'll make it work. Confirm a send gift interaction. Is this guy's name Brian Bryans? Gains 13 opinion of you. 50 gold. Send gift. Successfully increase someone's opinion of you. I see it went from 77 to 90. Note the feed message in the lower right that popped up down here. Sort of mildly interesting but not critical information appears. Goes away after a little while when unpaused. Okay. Certain opinion modifiers last forever, like family bonds. Others wane over time, like the fading memory of receiving a gift. Cute. I understand. Let's talk about your dynasty. As the game goes on, unless your character meets with an untimely accident or terrible disease, they will grow old and eventually die. The story doesn't end there. It's only game over if you do not have an heir of your own dynasty. As long as your titles have heirs of your dynasty, your legacy will live on. Using the word title in a way that I'm not accustomed to, like, your titles have heirs. It makes sense, I get it, but I don't really think about it that way in most cases. Brian. Full splendor, insignificant. 15 living members. Depending on the type of succession your realm has, this is likely to be one of your children, perhaps one you've groomed to rule. If you want to look at the details of your dynasty later, it can be found here. Okay, thanks. I really appreciate, this is a mild thing, but all of these tutorial pop-ups have less important text in like a grayer font color. So they can give you a lot of information, but you can kind of focus on what matters, you know. Succession laws determine how all titles and resources are divided between heirs when a character dies. You currently have one heir, but let's take a look anyway. In some cases, when you take over your new character, you may even find that you're responsible for the untimely demise of your previous ruler. Open the realm view on the right side of the screen. Okay, these guys. Succession. As a member of a dynasty, you have renown. Shared by everyone in your dynasty, renown grows in several different ways and reflects how infamous your dynasty is, rather than just you. Oh, how infamous your dynasty is, rather than just you. Okay. Increasing renown will echo down the generations for your descendants. Oh, so your gold and your prestige don't... Okay. This is a currency that is cross-dynasty. As dynasty head, the most powerful member of your dynasty, renown will allow you to unlock dynasty legacies that will benefit all of your kin. That's cool. So it's like, I mean, this is not a roguelite at all, but it's like the roguelite permanent progression, whereas the character you're currently playing as until they die is your run. Cool. I understand. To ensure the future of your dynasty, you will need family members. Getting married is a good start. We cannot promise you will marry for love. Probably not at this time, right? Right click on your character. Select Find Spouse. Oh, I know that's right. If only. Choosing Find Spouse opens a list of potential spouses. They hail from courts all over the world. Choosing Arranged Marriage also opens a list of potential spouses, but only with people from the court of the character you clicked. I see. Arranged Marriage can be useful for matchmaking between your... Is it courtier? It's a word that I've seen written a lot of times, but I don't think I've ever heard it said out loud. It's not like courtier. There are many factors to consider when choosing a spouse. To help you out, there's a filter function. Pare down the list of candidates. Aspects to consider include potential alliances, skills, personality traits, fertility, and more. It is courtier. Okay. Some traits are congenital, meaning they might be inherited by your children. Perhaps someone with a trait like that is a good place to start. Okay, so you can give your kid hemophilia if you're not smart. When you've selected 2 characters for your marriage, you're presented with the details of the union along with additional options, such as having the marriage be matrilineal. Oh, that's cool. Neat. To continue, get married. Select a spouse for your character. Click Send Proposal. Oh, that's funny to me. Alright. Okay, I can move these windows. Health, fine. Feeling, fine. Noteworthy. They've got all their own stats, too. Okay. It's a cool way to keep it simple, just everybody has 3 traits, right? Welsh. Oh, God. I am not going to be able to pronounce any of the Welsh names. I'll do that Andrea style. I should get somebody that complements my stats. So is good at the stuff that I suck at. So what does filter let me do? Marriage, prestige, ruler, traits. I'll just pick the first one for now. I don't want to... Oh, they all have existing opinions of me, huh? That's interesting. Why do I want that? Where can I see if something's inheritable? Is that this congenital icon next to them here? Quick, intelligent, feeble, beautiful, lunatic. Minor penalty to health. Attraction opinion -10. Vassal opinion -10. Hostile scheme resistance +10%. This is my shit here. These things. Like, what does it mean to be a lunatic in terms of this game's statistics? Pretty versus handsome. Robust. Quick. Robust. So you generally always want to have some kind of congenital trait. Is that always true, or just for learning purposes right now? Fit and sound of body. I just want to see if there's any ones that I haven't noticed yet. There's really the one genius. Gertrude. Towering intellect and wits to match. Gertrude is brilliant. Will accept. Oh, it's too matrilineal. Oh, children born of this marriage will be of Gertrude's dynasty. Lowborn. Maybe we don't want to do that then. Okay. Use a hook. What is a hook? Hook is a general term for a relationship between characters where one can get the other to do their will. There are 2 types, weak hooks and strong hooks, which are acquired in different ways. Hooks be used to force through many interactions, marriage proposals, and feudal contract changes. Oh, that's kind of a cool, formal mechanic. Strong hook is a powerful hook you might have on a character you have blackmailed. Someone owes you a favor. I like abstracting that to just a hook. Weak versus strong. I, Gertrude, gladly accept your hand in marriage. May God grant us long life and many children, my amicable husband. I love how quickly that happens in the middle of the tutorial. Pick a spouse. There you go. This isn't a dating sim. This is arranged marriages. Family's important. The player heir will always come from your dynasty and most often from your house. Keep an eye on your family and their line of succession. Depending on their succession laws, you might end up inheriting titles. Not everyone in your dynasty will be landowners, but every plot of land on the map has an owner. Oh yeah, no, the speed with which it occurs is appropriate for the kind of game it seems to be. Sometimes that owner is you, sometimes it's one of your vassals, sometimes it's another realm entirely. Most titles belong in a pyramid-like hierarchy according to their title tier. A county is ruled by a count or countess. A duchy is ruled by a duke or duchess. A kingdom is ruled by a king or queen. Empire is ruled by an emperor or empress. Okay, so county is the smallest of those. So what's a viscount? I'm guessing they're not in this game. But every title is legally, technically, but sometimes not in practice, subordinate to a title one tier up the chain. Every county is thus part of a duchy. Every duchy is part of a kingdom. Every kingdom is subordinate to an empire. These higher rank titles are held or created by someone with enough clout to enforce order. Viscounts are below count. Okay. Many dynamic names for these titles. Your current ruler is in charge of a petty kingdom, which corresponds with the duchy tier. Oh no. I appreciate what you're trying to do, Crusader Kings 3. You say legally because, as Crusader Kings 3 lets you play with history, there's no way to guarantee that the king is actually in control of all the titles that his kingdom is supposed to contain within its borders. De jure? By law, a ruler may be king of England, but their realm does not yet contain all the lands that are legally considered to be part of England. This is an official game mechanic? That's crazy. Holder of a duchy, kingdom, or empire always has a casus belli, cause for war. Always has a cause to declare war to seize control of its constituent titles. Okay, so like, let me make sure I understand this, because this is kind of high concept for a video game. Suppose you are the King of England. That means this landmass. That means that you have the automatic right... Well, not this landmass, this landmass. That means you have the automatic right to attack anyone that tries to, like, revolt against you within this space in any of these sublands. You don't have to do any other shenanigans to try to take your space back because it's supposed to belong to you. Someone else owns a part of England. Okay. If you switch to the Duchy Titles map mode, you can see that as a ruler of the Duchy of Munster, the County of Desmond should legally be part of your realm. I guess, how do I know that? Hold on. Because a county holder? Is there like an icon that shows me that it should be part of my land? Rule of the Duchy of Munster. Is that knowable only through the tooltip that says the county holder is... Oh, I thought that zooming out was changing map mode. Okay. Duchy titles. I see. Realms. So I technically am supposed to control all of this. But it's currently someone is controlled down here, and I could declare war on them to take that space if I wanted to. Okay, I see. The de jure title of Munster consists of 3 counties. Their names should be visible on the map. Thomond, held by you. Desmond, held by a neighboring ruler. And Ormond, held by a vassal. These counties are made up of smaller pieces of land. Baronies, which are the individual holdings of a realm. Holdings represent different levels of taxes and levies, as well as buildings that you can construct and upgrade, depending on the holding type. Start by upgrading the bastions and curtain walls. Oh. Click on your capital holding. Okay, maybe there's not as many possible upgrades. That made it sound like there's like a million things I could do, but there's 3. I can do 3. That's not so bad. To increase the taxes. Increases the fort level, increases the garrison. First step for any respectable fortification is the erection of bastions and curtain walls. Do a decent job of keeping enemies and rioting peasants at bay. Supposed to be able to upgrade this after clicking it. The peasants are revolting simulator. Oh, did I misclick before? I guess I can see it now. Upgrade. 3 years left. Okay, cool. Take some time for the building to be ready. Lumnich wasn't built in a day. Feel free to close the walls and towers construction window. Every holding provides taxes to their holder. If that holder is a vassal, they will in turn pay taxes to their liege. Taxes are your main source of income. Obligations can affect how high or low these taxes are. Being at work can affect the level of control in a country, which in turn affects taxes. Huh. There's tax and how many levies a vassal provides to their liege. Vassal's government form decides what the vassal obligations are. Feudal vassals pay a percentage of their total taxes and levies to the feudal taxes and feudal levies obligations. Levies. I guess I don't really know the difference between a tax and a levy. Okay. Every holding a ruler has provides with his own domain taxes every month. Most vassals have an obligation to pay a portion of their own collected taxes to their liege, in the form of liege taxes, so I'll have to do that to my liege. Okay. Come on. Able to get a tooltip for this earlier, and now I can't. Wait, there we go. Bulk of most armies is made up of levies. Each holding provides a set number of levies to their holder. Vassals in turn provide a part of their levies to their liege. Okay, so this is like the scene in Mulan where the emperor sends people to everyone's house in order to demand that, like, someone from the family come join the army, and Mulan goes instead of her dad. That's a levy. Okay. As a ruler, you're likely to be the liege of at least one vassal. These are rulers who have sworn fealty to you. This stuff might seem like it's obvious, but like my high school experience was I moved multiple times throughout middle school and high school, and as a result ended up getting the same history material like 4 times. Never learned any world history. Basically got US history like 4 times. It's very annoying. So yeah, I guess it didn't occur to me how armies formed in medieval society. They do not, no. Also, most of the US history that I have experience with is just, let's learn about the rest of the world as it applies to America, which is extremely frustrating. Open the realm view on the right side of the screen and inspect the Vassals tab. Here's a list of your current vassals, along with some additional information. Top of the list is the ruler of Ormond, whose land you can see on the map. This is an earldom, a county tier title. Does this list all of them? I don't know, I have a lot of respect for the developer's paradox, that they're like, the gamey thing to do would be to abstract anything that's effectively a county and just call it a county, right? But they're like, well, that's not what it was called in history. We're going to call it an earldom, and we're going to depend on the player to remember what all the synonyms for county are. It's great. It's worthwhile keeping your vassals happy. This keeps them out of schemes and factions against you. Oh, so faction is usually bad for you. Group of vassals with common political interests. Factions become dangerous once their discontent reaches a certain point, at which time they'll issue an ultimatum. If the liege doesn't comply, the faction will rise up in revolt, sparking a civil war. No matter how mighty a ruler your character is, if your realm unites against you, either to depose you through war or just to murder you while you sleep, your reign is bound to be cut short. Some vassals might serve on your council, making their opinion extra important, so they'll be trusted with counselor tasks. The keys to power. I feel like games like this would be a really great way to get somebody into history. It's like you got to get over the initial hump of like being overwhelmed by the crazy systems. This tutorial seems to be trying really hard and doing a pretty decent job, I think. It's a question of once the tutorial's over, I'm going to remember where any of this shit is, but so far it hasn't lost me. There's a limit to how many vassals you can comfortably be in charge of before your realm becomes unwieldy. Going beyond this vassal limit affects taxes and levies provided to you. I see. You can legally have... Okay. You can go above your vassal limit. Doing so will lower the taxes and levies your vassals provide. You'd be better off transferring vassals to stay below the limit. Transferring. Oh. That's cool. So instead of saying this lord reports to me, you can give them a middle manager, and you'll make that middle manager super happy because now they get to have a vassal themselves. Okay. I understand. Your realm is the complete body of land and titles that you control, including the areas held by your vassals. Right now for you, this means the counties called earldoms due to your Irish culture. I'm sorry, I love that they care. When domain is used, we're instead referring to the land that you own personally without vassals. Thomond. Domain. Okay. Sure. So, domain is part of your realm. Squares and rectangles. There's a limit to how much land you can hold personally before you start incurring penalties, which is the domain limit. You go above your domain limit. Okay, that's up here. It'd be a good idea to use the grant title interaction on characters you're friendly with, making them your vassals. Oh, this is kind of cool. So this is an abstract video gamey way to represent how difficult it is to like hold direct power over a very large area, that at some point you have to delegate power. That's cool. I think attempts to represent real world things with game mechanics, it's so cool to me. Like, sometimes it can just be fun, sometimes it can turn out to be shockingly accurate. Like, I think a lot of video game strategy mirrors real world strategy just naturally because of like the way choke points work. It's kind of like a convergent evolution thing, right? And you know, economies in video games often mirror real world economies because of course they do. Managing a realm is a lot of work. As a ruler, you have the help of your council. These can be vassals or members of your court. They act as your trusted advisors. There's a council position corresponding to each skill. Oh, that makes sense. Married rulers will also have their spouse assisting them. Smart. Petty Queen Gertrude. Assist ruler. Your wife, compassionate planner. Counselors can be set to work and they all do different things. You can change a counselor's task by clicking on the button near their portrait in the council view. Powerful vassals expect to be appointed and will be unhappy if left out. Okay. Bishop will be assigned to religious relations. Fabricate claim on county. Possible side effects. Vassal opinion loss, loss of piety, upset target. Loss of piety. Loss of vassal opinion. Convert faith in county. There are no valid targets for this task. Schemes are long-term goals aimed at another character. They can have hostile goals like the murder or abduction of your target, or be more wholesome, such as befriend scheme. Aims to make the scheme target one's friend. Multitude of factors determine the success chance, including trait compatibility. I like that they use schemes for that. That's smart. Open the intrigue view. Assist ruler on the wife. It's boosting all your stats by a small amount. You can also set it to a specific stat for a larger boost to that stat only. Okay, that's cool. Makes sense. She could focus on helping me with diplomacy or just generally support me across the board. Schemes are long-term goals aimed at another character. Good time to use a scheme might be when you find the line of succession to be not as clear-cut and favorable as you'd like. Way to get ahead is to simply remove the competition, quietly and with no witnesses. Sorry, I'm amused by the tone. Like, murder schemes come with a risk of discovery. If your attempt goes awry, it'll make your character unpopular, especially with your intended target. You think so? The sway scheme is made for increasing the opinion someone has of your character. Let's try it. Open the council view. Right-click on the chaplain, your bishop, and choose sway. Start scheme. Success chance. Minimum chance 20%. Base plus 50. Diplomacy plus 14. Okay, which is why it gets up to 64. The gang leaves a witness. Every month there's a predicted chance of 61% to progress based on scheme power versus scheme resistance. Interesting. So this is a thing you're doing over time. Once set in motion, your scheme will slowly progress over time. The time before a conclusion is reached varies on the scheme's success chance, which can be affected by other relevant skills. In this case, it's affected by diplomacy. If you're unhappy with your scheme, you can always cancel it by clicking Abandon Scheme next to the scheme. Gotcha. That's where I can abandon the scheme. Haha. Discovered secret schemes. Can be discovered, causing a reduction in success chance and increasing the likelihood the scheme owner is discovered when the scheme executes. Cool. Sometimes schemes give rise to secrets. I think it's fun too in a game like this that's like made by and for history nerds. Like, what is important? What are the things that they're choosing to include as a gameplay abstraction? Like the idea of a weak hook versus a strong hook is a cool thing. The idea of a secret as like a currency or an event to collect is cool. If you catch someone trying to commit murder, it's probably in their best interest to make sure you keep it quiet. You can blackmail them to gain a hook. Hooks represent a favor you can call on or hold over a particular character. Blackmail is like a big enough deal. The strength of the hook varies with the severity of the secret, which is in turn often determined by doctrines. Oh, okay. Experiment with your use of hooks. Hook gained. You have gained a favor hook on Earl or Roggenwald. This weak hook can be used for a number of things. You can increase your obligations set by the feudal contract you have with a feudal vassal, so it means I can either get more levies or more taxes from them, or both. To access the menu for changing your feudal contract, go to your vassal list in the realm view, right-click his portrait and choose Modify Feudal Contract. Hook available. Oh, use a hook. I really like this idea of a hook is like a card that you can play to collect over time in your hand, spend for different purposes. War is an essential part of CK3. There are many concepts to cover, but for now let's touch briefly on some of them. The most important events in any war are battles, which are fought by armies. Most of your soldiers will come from levies, but you can expand your army by employing men-at-arms. Is that different from mercenaries? Professional soldiers, superior to levies. Okay. Things get tough, you can also hire mercenaries. Soldiers for hire. So, levies are randos you can script. Men-at-arms are people who want to become soldiers but who live in your country. You pay them more because they're better at it. Mercenaries are people from anywhere. Okay. Open the military view. When a war starts, you can raise your armies with a single click of the big red Raise All Armies button. That will appear together with the war score icon to the lower right of your screen. You can, of course, raise all armies from this military view as well. Rally point. When war is over, you have to disband your soldiers before starting another war. Rally points are mustering grounds for levies and men-at-arms under your command. This is where they'll appear when called to war. Oh, raise all armies. It's not big or red, but sure. To start a war, you'll need a legitimate reason. Is it casus belli? That's how you pronounce it? It's the same belly in Parabellum. Various ways to obtain a casus belli. Might have de jure titles that make you the rightful liege of your target. You might inherit claims. Or you could pursue holy wars against nearby infidels. Though these are the most common, there are dozens of different types of casus belli for you to discover and use as you play. The easiest and most straightforward way to acquire claims is to use Fabricate Claim on County. Counselor task. Formed by the chaplain. Huh. I wonder why that's a chaplain thing. Is it like a divine right thing that, like, God wills that Munster man, Mr. Munster, control Desmond? Soon we'll let you unpause the game. A few things to go over first. Important to know there are 5 different speeds available for you to play at. Press 1 to 5 to easily switch between them. You'll be able to pause or change the pace whenever you want. Fantastic. I don't mind these kinds of real-time games at all, provided that I have free access to pause. For important events, the game will auto-pause for you. There's nothing wrong with playing at lower speeds, increasing the speed when things are quiet or slowing it down when you go to war. Thank you, game. I needed that indication of developer intent. Pause the game when inspecting menus or when you're faced with tough decisions. Start the ticking of time, unpause the game using spacebar by clicking play. So let days, months, and years go by. Armies instructed to march will move. Events will occur on screen. Letters will be sent, and characters will age. Some of it's mechanics abstraction, some because the church was nominally in charge of records. Okay, gotcha. First task, let's remind your neighbor. Okay, this is where I thought they were going, that I'm going to start by taking Desmond back, which means I think the game has done a good job of, through the tutorial, suggesting what my incentives and goals are. But I'm liking that they're making it explicit here. Let's remind your neighbor, the Earl of Desmond, who his rightful liege truly is. If it happens to expand your realm, then so be it. So, okay, sorry, there's 3 terms, right? There's domain, which is the land that you're literally in and have full control over. There's realm, which is your domain and also any places that are controlled by your vassals that report to you. And then there's your, is it de jure domain, de jure realm? That's the land that you theoretically could control or have the right to control if you want to use force to claim it. Declare war on Earl Muiredach. Declare war. Seize the Earldom of Desmond. Choose. Okay, so you have to have a casus belli. And there would be more in this list if I had other causes here. If you enforce your demands, you gain the contested county. Earl becomes your vassal. Allies share 400 prestige based on their contribution. Oh, that's cool. Increases opinion of his allies based on their contribution. Costs 40 prestige. You gain 40 fame. Allies share 400 based on their contribution. Okay. Oh, do different casus bellis have different effects on how the rest of the world perceives the conflict? Holy wars can be dangerous because people who defend its faith can jump in without alliances in place. Declared war on Earl Muiredach. As a first task, let's remind your neighbor. Yep. You have successfully declared war. Rally your armies. Oh, there's the big red button. Okay. Button has appeared at the bottom of your screen to help you. You can also do this from the military view. Wherever your rally point is, that's where your army will gather and await your orders. You have to unpause the game for your army to gather more than a handful of men. Leave it for a few days. The army will be at full strength. I think I got it. Move your army, left-click on the army, and right-click on the area you want them to go. Perhaps the enemy capital? But I have to unpause for them to finish going there. Wedding celebration. With my marriage to Petty Queen Gertrude, Earl expects us to throw a suitably extravagant wedding celebration. It's within my right to collect royal aid duty as part of this. Some may consider it tasteless to levy an extra tax during a time of jubilation. I will let my subjects enjoy the festivities without worry or care, money or prestige. Move your army, left on the army. If you order your army across waters, it will embark, turning it into a fleet. For now, let's stay on land. Now that your army is moving, it's probably heading into battle with enemy forces. It could be a head-on encounter with other armies or the start of a siege. Battles happen automatically if two hostile armies cross paths. Sieges occur when you place your army on an enemy holding. It's a good time to unpause the game if you haven't done so yet, otherwise time stands still and your armies will not move. It's cool. Armies attacking an enemy holding. Click the highlighted icon, the spearheads, to find out how it's going. You need to win sieges to win most wars as they increase your war score. Whenever a siege is won, it takes a few rounds of attacks. The area will become occupied, changing its regular look on the map from a solid color to a striped color when zoomed out. Siege in progress. 5.0 out of 325. So, like, we're going to try to starve them out, basically. Fully stocked, no effect on the siege. Walls intact. I like how the siege just progresses. don't have control of where your army is at a finer level than the barony, so don't worry about exact placement. Okay. An idea of who's winning in a war. You can always look at the war score in the lower right corner. It goes from -100 to +100, and it changes based on battles and sieges won or lost, as well as territory occupied. Okay. At 100 war score, you could force the other side to accept your peace offer. At -100, they can force you to accept their peace offer. All wars end in one of three ways: victory, white peace, or defeat. Consequences can change depending on the casus belli. Oh, okay. Hey, Super Jenny, how you doing? Victory is one of three possible peace offers. The outcome of a victory in war depends on the casus belli. Typically involves the seizure of titles. Defender victory means the attacker has to pay a large sum of gold as war reparations. White peace is one of three possible peace offers. Both sides agree that the war is no longer worth pursuing. Attacker loses some piety or prestige, but far less than with a humiliating defeat. Defeat is one of three possible peace offers. Defenders lose titles. Okay, it's the inverse. Which makes sense, but just curious. Is this guy fleeing? 51. Oh, I see the speed indicator in the bottom corner. Oh wow. Starvation. Increases siege progress 15%. Rampant disease. Walls intact. Is this the true meaning of warfare? Victory is near. Your war score is at 100%. You're now able to enforce your demands. Clicking the war score icon, open the war view, and then selecting enforce demands. Open the war view. Here it popped up. War for the Earldom of Desmond. War started 8 months ago. Muiredach becomes my vassal. Yeah, we reviewed this earlier. Enforce demands. To my liege, blessings upon you and your house. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. In order to put an end to the bloodshed, I will comply with your demands. Hooray! So be it. What a good confirmation button. I love it. Congratulations on your victory. You've now experienced what it's like to make it through an essential part of the game. The tutorial lessons end here. Pieces of advice will still occasionally appear as alert icons along the top of your screen. Click these advice alerts to learn more about certain situations or systems that you're dealing with. Thanks for staying with us. I like that they apologize for the tutorial. We made a complicated game. There are many things you could do now that you dip your toes in some of the essential systems. CK3 is about setting your own goals. If you want a suggestion, we recommend you try to become the king or queen of all Ireland. Did this actually happen in history? Like, is the recommended goal usually the thing that the character you're playing as actually did? War is not the only way. Click the issues icon at the top of the screen. See if any of the items under suggestions or current situations strikes your fancy. Okay, so this is red if I'm paused. Gotcha. CK3 has many concepts and terms you can learn about. If you find yourself wondering about a game concept, open the encyclopedia. I understand. Heir unmarried. Okay, so this is like telling you things that you ought to do. It's like suggested actions. Gotcha. Lazy. I still have this set for relevance, prestige gain, sum of all skills. Bust. I only saw genius the one time. I think I saw intelligent once, but it was paired with a bunch of other crazy things. Possessed. Interesting. Fecund. Feeble, intelligence, beautiful, lunatic. Lunatic is congenital. Severe penalty to health. Okay, so these are the same folks I was looking at before. Now, Amazonian, Herculean. Huge boost to health. Sure, that sounds great. Will accept. Send proposal. $23 coins from occupying Desmond. Victory. Skirmish at Desmond. 25 fame, 19% war score. Okay, so like, if there are other armies marching about, you can potentially end the war sooner by winning on the field versus it always having to end in a siege if you get enough war score from doing that. Can you try to enforce your demands without a 100% score and the score amount just represents your chance of success or something? Or is 100% like that's when you're done? Gotta have 100, okay. Issues. Powerful vassal expects a council position. Oh, the guy I just captured. Expects to be on your council since he's a powerful vassal. Not endorsed by your bishop. His opinion of you is at or below -10. He might start interfering in your affairs. Oh, it jumps to the relevant character? That's fucking great. This might be... We'll see how robust this is, but this situation... Context-sensitive situation indicator might be my favorite thing about this game so far. Alright, so I could try to give him a gift. Will accept. Starts endorsing you. Oh, church holdings. Cool. And then it removes it. Sinful bishop exposed. Catholicism's fervor decreased by 10. Otakar lost 1 levy or level of devotion. Won the siege, sent a gift. I like this little minor events feed here. Vassal expects a council position. You'll get a big war score boost if you capture the ruler. That makes sense. So powerful vassal is... That means I have to fire someone, which is going to piss them off, right? Okay. So I need to remember, where do I go to see my vassals? Realm? Vassals. So this guy is really good at learning. So I should make him my learning council guy. Oh, which unfortunately is the bishop, who I've just tried to get in my good graces. Let's see. Let me see what other stats he's good at. He's also fine at intrigue and martial. Oh, the bishop is the role on the council? Okay, gotcha. The Pope sends us the bishop, I see. I like how they throw you into this. There's not an obvious choice right away with your new vassal. Because he sucks. He's not as good at anything as anyone that's already on my council, right? If I'm reading these scores right. Unless if that's showing me the total scores. Oh, maybe it's the total score, I think. No, wait, that's their actual stat. Okay. So maybe firing the Spy Master is the best way to go? Because it's only a loss of 1 intrigue. Can be okay with your vassal not liking you. Yeah. Spy Master has a 1 higher point in intrigue. He doesn't mind me, it seems like. This guy really doesn't like me. Yeah, you don't want your Spy Master to hate you. You think they set this up on purpose? To put you in a position where there's not an obvious person to sub him in for? Oh, he's not very good at stewardship. Sorry, man, I don't want to just give you a role because of politics, but that's the point. I get it. Okay, this is where you're saying that I can get a blanket buff to stats or have her help me with one specific thing. Taxes, increased development in county. Efficient taxation, increased control. Slow construction, loss of opinion, loss of control. Let's do it in my domain, I guess. 6 years left. Now, if they have a task available, there's no reason for me to not select one of them, other than that there are always... I guess I was going to say there's always positive and negative side effects, but it looks like there's things here that are strictly positive. Stress gains expertise when they help you in a skill. Okay. So I'm, the suggestions indicator is helping me to narrow down the game so I'm not stressed out about what I can do. If you guys want to talk about things that I could do in hide, if you type !hide before your message, chat can see it and I won't be able to see it. If you guys all agree that you should suggest some action, then go ahead and type it out of hide, that's fine. But I'm just trying to like tunnel vision a little bit and focus on one thing at a time. So, okay. Setting them all to do some kind of a task here. Foreign affairs, diplomacy skill up, independent ruler opinion, possibly shorten truce, enemy claim, shorten enemy truce, neighbor opinion loss if he screws it up. Domestic affairs. Oh, let's start with domestic. Now, when I selected domestic here, it didn't give me a target. Is that just because of the nature of the task? Oh, wait. I don't think I understood this before. They already have something selected. It's not possible for them to not have a task by default. So he was already doing religious relations before I even selected him. I switched the steward from collect taxes to increase developments. Okay. And I guess that makes sense. Do something for yourself means no target. And okay, and I can see how these are opposed to each other. Make money, spend money. Improve the theocracy. Or spend, I don't know, religious capital to claim why we should take over a neighboring county. Organize levies, train commanders. Focus on conscription versus focus on your men-at-arms. Spymaster. Evil Blackguard. Hahaha. Mayor, if an exile will act against you and others according to his personality, which is determined by his personality traits. Arrogant, sadistic, fickle. Maybe I don't want this guy as my spymaster. He seems to like me all right now. Just like my my little finger. All right. Disrupt schemes. Resist hostile schemes. Support schemes. Secret discovered. Find secrets. 55% chance of learning a secret. Any secrets exist? 50% chance. 55% chance. Oh, so he's more likely to discover it. What's modifying? I guess it says here intrigue skill. Why is he more likely to find secrets in Connacht versus Thomond? This is the other sources. Who controls the county? Oh, target's intrigue. So if he's better at intrigue than the target, he'll do a better job of finding secrets. Okay. Change the contract. So I understand the concept of the hook, but I don't see how the hook is actually affecting the contract here. Is it just when you use the hook, you can modify the contract and he'll be less pissed at you than if you didn't use the hook? But you're not going to know exactly what the mathematical component's going to be. This is an act of tyranny. But with the hook, it's not an act of tyranny. I see. And I can't jump all the way to extortionate because it's not adjacent. Opinion minus 15. Whether I use the hook or not. Act of tyranny. Succession rights. Cannot have a succession law beyond partition. I don't think I've seen the word partition yet. Sanctioned. Vassal can declare war regardless of the liege's crown authority. Vassal pays 50% less for casus belli than the realm. Council rights. Let's see. Council rights guaranteed. Vassals granted special council privileges and will expect a permanent seat in the council. Granting this privilege to too many vassals will eventually upset the powerful vassals of the realm. So these are ways to balance out, like, hey, I'm going to increase your taxes, but I'm going to make sure you've got a seat on the council. Don't worry about it, buddy. Or I'm going to fuck with your succession rights, but I'm going to use a hook on you, and I'm going to lower your levies. Don't worry, it's fine. And the indication this is a tyrannical action means that I'm doing something where those things aren't in balance with each other. Liege cannot revoke the vassal's titles. Guaranteed ownership of their titles, preventing the liege from revoking them, regardless of the liege having a title revocation reason or not. So the simplest thing I could do here is to just raise his taxes using a hook, which is going to make him slightly pissed at me, but it doesn't count as a tyrannical action. It feels like a dick move, but I'm trying to learn the game, so... I assume that just part of being in power is there are certain dick moves that you have to do. Family members can get married. Your half-brother... Do I have to progress the clock to see the result of my... I thought I sent a proposal already for my kid here. The Amazonian, or did they turn me down? It takes time to respond. So it was during the tutorial that it occurred automatically. Okay. And is there any cost to attempting to arrange marriages, or is it just something that if you have the ability to do it, you should try to do it? Quick, robust. Catches on quick. Stubborn, compassionate, ambitious. Can I see pending proposals that I've already submitted somewhere? Debbie's crazy. She's got some good stats, despite being crazy. Chance of children low. Interesting. It's based on fertility? Where do I see that? I like that every single character is interactable in the same system. That's pretty cool. Do I have to click to view them to see those additional stats here? Oh, 31 years old, I see. Fine health. Fearless maniac. Prowess. House Lane. Clear character. Oh, that's interesting. So if the marriage is a step down, the person you marry gains prestige and you lose prestige, and if it's a step up, it works the other way around? Okay. That's cool. How can I anticipate the balance of the relationship? Just by clicking them and then looking at what the proposed prestige changes are, or does it show me on the main screen here? Filter out lowborn. Not lowborn. I see. Intelligence. I was looking for that. Ooh, she's 6. Nope. I'm guessing they set up Debbie on purpose to be like marriage age, fertile, not lowborn, cray cray. White flag is lowborn. Oh, this here. Okay. They don't have like a house, is what you're saying. Initiates betrothal. Sure. Well, this is probably going to go badly, but let's try Debbie. Recruit men-at-arms. So this is just create a men-at-arms regiment. Footmen, bowmen, pikemen, armored footmen. Guess I'll start with bowmen. Or not? Okay. Pop-up disappeared and I got it back. 0.46 per month. Unraised maintenance, 0.11 per month. So that's like whether we're at war or they're standing by. Okay. You close all this stuff, dismiss some windows, see what happens if I let time progress a little bit here. Greetings, Petty King Murshad of Munster. I accept your marriage proposal. Brother Loch and my acquaintance Debbie will be joined in a holy matrimony. May Saint Bridget bless their union. Crazy Debbie. Accept your marriage proposal. Excellent. I mean, the tutorial had me at war. Should I be disbanding them afterward or something? There's no penalty for disbanding them. Accept your betrothal proposition. Your son and heir Brian will be betrothed to my daughter Airsenda, who I lucked out and was actually not lowborn. Okay. Petty Queen Gertrude gained the trait pregnant. I love that they just used the trait system for that. A little stork icon. Prowess -2. This is what I mean when I say I love stuff that's like top down. Flavor than mechanics. Can't declare war with raised armies. Okay, I guess I was just surprised that the game didn't recommend me to do exactly that. Male preference. All children inherit equally. Male rulers can have concubines or multiple spouses if their faith has the consorts and concubines or polygamous doctrine. Assume Catholicism allows consorts and concubines. You don't have high crown authority. Oh, interesting. So you could try to do something super progressive, switch to like female preference or equal or something like that, but because your lieges don't allow that and your religion doesn't allow that, it would cause lots of problems. So you continue to uphold the status quo because of the pressures of the status quo. It's smart. Is that the kind of thing that you're able to modify directly in the settings, or is it just based on your like starting campaign? I'm just looking at it because I'm interested in what it says. I didn't see your message yet. Confederate partition. All children inherit equally. Titles will be divided equally among your children. New titles will be created for younger realm heirs. Okay, so like my oldest would get my most important title, my next oldest would get my next most important title, and so on. Basically, I'm not allowed to change any of these, right? Tribal rulers are locked to the succession type. Designated heir. I can't designate an heir. Okay. When you die, you will play as your player heir. Brian. Brian Brienne. Limited crown authority. Rulers can change between available partition succession laws. Titles can be revoked. Vassals can be retracted. Clan government vassals will be provided at least 5% of levies and 2% of income. So, am I able to play this game by just, like, passing time as events happen? Like, will it progress in an interesting way if I do that and just kind of play reactively, or do I need to play it proactively and, like, march around and conquer stuff? If you had more than one heir and more land, that bottom area would show who gets what. Okay, maybe I'll check it again once my wife stops being pregnant. Fewer men-at-arms than is expected of a ruler of your rank. So it's going to continue to say this until I have enough of them, right? This is my monthly income. So this doesn't even look like you can't even see what your treasury is, right? It's all about just balancing your budget. The expenses, unraised men-at-arms. Okay, after I get those guys, then I've got enough, it looks like. Okay. Oh, okay, I understand. It looks like they tried to keep it as small numbers. Oh, the Bailey was constructed. I set that up a long time ago. Quickly see it. Okay. Can I save regularly in this, or is this game always auto-saving? Save. I kind of don't want to save scum because I feel like that's contrary to the point of the game, that when things go bad, that's just part of the story, right? So I assume I can trust the autosave. Twice a year, so maybe I do want to save a little bit. It's just in the settings. Active advice every month. Thanks. I'm wondering how much I can depend on the issues indicator here. If it's gonna like pop up and suggest that I do more tutorial-y things. Bishop has been swayed. Continue your efforts. Gains 25 opinion of you. So the scheming is going to continue, right? Like, what's a good opinion level? Does opinion cap out at 100, or is that just a particularly high value? Oh. Petty Queen encourages chivalry. Your spouse's average martial skill led to this windfall. That's cool. Short reign. Short reign is decaying opinion penalty that all characters in a realm get with a new liege. Oh. They don't trust you because you just started and then this goes down as time passes. Foreign culture group. Same faith. Receive gift, but it goes down per year. Sway goes down per year. So, if I were to play in a turtly reactive way, just to kind of wrap my head around the game, it doesn't look like it's giving me as many issue pop-ups as I was expecting. Maybe this is what I can do. I'll do this in a second then. What I was going to ask is, worst case scenario, if I'm playing turtly, what are things that I can do that are productive, like building the walls of my castle? Like, just click on it again and look at these other options, like cattle lands. Should I always be building something here once the Bailey's done? Right-clicking dismisses, thanks. I just mean playing reactively, because I'm still new to the game. I think it'll be easier for me if I respond to things as they happen than go too aggressively and attack other people. I mean, I'll do it if the issues pops up and says I can, and it makes sense. Building's good, but you won't always have things to build. Okay. Quarries, meadows, salt wells, wetlands, wetland fields. Oh, that's cool. Hostile raid time. So this is a way to get more income by building these over time, right? What's the best way to get more money? Is it to develop my existing land or to conquer other people? Or it depends. Each holding can only build one thing at a time. Now, the only holding that I can set to build anything is the one that's in my domain. My vassals make their own decisions about what to build. We have one or more castles bellies on Earl Domnall. Click to view. Okay, so let me make sure I understand this because I don't think I follow. Basically, one of my vassals has a claim on adjacent territory, and that's a reason for all of us to get together and take it from them. Now, can I know what change did this exist before the suggestion pop up saying that I could do it? Or did something change while time was progressing? Did like somebody die and now the person that's in charge of that place is like a cousin or something that has a right to the land? Buildings, raising stewardship, getting a better steward council, ways to make money. Fabricated claim. Okay. So fabricate claim isn't just like a cute thing that my particular bishop has the power to do. That's like a core mechanic of the game, part of the gameplay loop. So perk lets you turn hooks into money. That's smart. And what they mean by fabricate claim, that's just an abstraction of they come up with something like Tudor style. Like, oh, he's the third cousin and then this thing happened, or oh, don't you remember this one time that... Okay, I see. Sure, let's do it. Declare war. Raise all armies. Call on your ally. Call your ally to your wars. More likely you will win. You must spend prestige for each ally that joins. I guess I should learn how it works. Call to war. Oh, I spend a lot of prestige though, and I don't have the prestige to spend. So I'm not going to do that. It's cool how everything has an associated cost. It seems like there's not a... Oh, I see. I was wondering why the characters weren't moving before. I didn't realize that there was that little line showing them the progress of their march or whatever. Yeah, this is going to turn out well for this guy, huh? Siege, starvation. Hey, Gertrude has given birth to a perfect son. Who will you become, my child, and what shall I call you? You can make a name, or you can pick one of these. After you. After your father. After an ancestor. A good Catholic name. A good Irish name. I do like that it has a default recommended name, too. May you grow to be strong and wise, my son. I love the flavorful confirmation dialogue throughout the game. It's fun. Let's see, I still have another issue up here. Call on your ally. Okay, I don't care. Can I dismiss these? I can. This specific one will be hidden. Okay, perfect. Oh, am I able to see after he's born? So I can see my heir. Where can I see my other children? Court, maybe? No, it wouldn't be court. Wait, there he is. Plus 79. My kid really likes me right now because he's an infant. I don't see any. They would display here, right? Siege will not progress because the besieging army is smaller than the garrison. Agents have yet to uncover any secrets. Okay, so question. It said that I had a 90% chance of finding secrets. Him saying I think there might still be a secret, does that mean the 90% chance exceeded and he just needs more time? Or should I take the 90% to mean that he didn't find anything, so it's not worth the time to keep him looking? Yep, that's going to go away real soon. Harold shows up immediately after birth. Other traits show up gradually as they age. May as well keep looking. Okay. Can I do anything about this siege that's happening to me right now? You now control Ossory. Okay. How do I see at a glance that their siege is ineffective? Is this not enough soldiers thing? I see. Is that just the computer being silly in that case? 100%. Because I occupy the city. Earldom of Ossory. You get a weak hook. Allies gain 15 prestige. Okay, so I have a hook because he wanted to contest this space, and I, as his liege, sent my army to help. Got it. Enforce demands. Yeah, the 90% chance to find if there is one makes me wonder if they didn't find it on the first attempt. Does that mean the 90% roll already happened? And that means there likely is nothing to find? May your humors rot in your living body. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. In order to put an end to this bloodshed, I will comply with your demands. So be it. Okay, so I see how my borders are expanding now. Gotcha. Betrothed can marry. Are both adults and can now get married. Click to confirm the marriage. Their military strength is vastly inferior to ours. Accept your marriage proposal. Excellent. Bogus. Okay, so I should disband all armies because I'm done, right? Got it. And then I've got 2 new issues. Increase opinion. Your vassal, Mulredach, has a low opinion of you. Increasing it with a personal scheme will make your life easier. Sway Earl. How many schemes am I able to maintain at once? Like what resources is it spending? Oh, okay. The resource it's spending is the slot that I've already spent on the bishop. So should I let the bishop one proceed first? Since it's almost done? I can still get more out of it while it's progressing. 1 personal, 1 hostile. Ask your head of faith for gold. Oh, spend piety to expand treasury. That's cool. I like that they can convert to one another. Dutiful devotion. Okay. This suggestions box is the greatest thing. I know it's pretty much going to have me playing on rails, but it's going to give me a feel for the right way to play. I feel like there are a lot of, you know, high learning curve games like Dwarf Fortress that would benefit from something like this. I assume that that's like the developers have seen people play the prior Crusader Kings games and know what you tend to want to do at any time. Pay 100 gold to you, lose 20 opinion of you, but you get it back 1.20 per year. Pope Alexander II. Considered your plight and decided to grant your request. May these funds help you spread the true faith in your lands. Praise St. Matthew, here comes the tax refund. Okay. Oh, let me turn the speed down. Tooltip modes. Control how you access highlighted text. The default mode is called Timer Lock. If you're an experienced player, prefer to not have your tooltips lock automatically. Try out Action Lock. Press middle mouse to lock tooltips. I'm sorry I'm laughing. It's just I love that they're like, you can turn on the Action Lock. To get the wiki tooltips to lock with based on your choices as an advanced player. Yeah, I'll do that. Settings, game, tooltip mode settings. Oh, mouse tendency. Let's do action. So now I can like right click or middle click on a thing. Middle click to lock it. Okay, cool. Understood. Okay, so we're going to do increase opinion, but I got to wait for my current scheme to finish, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm sure as an advanced player you don't really need them so much, but since I've never played a game even similar to this, it's really nice to have something that I can just sort of react to and get a feel for what I ought to be doing. And reputation of you. Your spouse's average diplomacy skill led to this windfall. Not swayed, you will make another attempt. Okay, so since the other attempt just started, does that mean that it's a good time to bail out on it? Because I could always attempt it again later. You just don't want to abandon an attempt before this meter is filled? Is that true? Okay. So, increase opinion, start scheme. So a second ago, I thought I saw something that gave me the opportunity to improve his holdings in Desmond. Constructing peat quarries. Harbor, new building. Farms and fields. I see, these are all one-time costs, and then you gain taxes. So, would it make sense to go through my lands and just build farms and fields everywhere? Monastic schools. Oh, they benefit the vassals, not me. So my domain is really just this area with the golden outline, right? So once I've clicked here, the Barony of Lumnich, I can only build the one thing, which is currently the peat quarries. But I could go to the city of Innis. Oh, but I guess no, even that's being held by my spy master, isn't it? Click on the green realm button. Construct a new holding. Castle, city, temple. Foreign coins, 4 years. That'll make me broke if I do that now. Guessing the suggestion will tell me when it makes sense to start doing that. I see. So really, you tend to only have the one domain. Oh, but I can have up to 6 holdings in the domain. I currently just have the one castle. Take a land from people. Let me think how to ask this question. What's generally a good idea? Should I be trying to make new holdings whenever I can, even though it costs a lot of money? Take Desmond from the guy who doesn't like you, rather than trying to influence him. Is it like a toss-up whether it's worth trying to like spread yourself too thin over too much land versus leaving it in charge of vassals? Like there's benefits and drawbacks to each, or is one way strictly better than the other? Imprison. So the Pope could let me take it, or give me a claim. Fabricate constantly. Fill your domain limit. Okay. Can I quickly tell which counties are lucrative? So even though I started the game with these vassals, should I be like withdrawing and taking their land for myself immediately for this area here? Here, I'll let the game progress for a bit. Two wars they did. Happen to give you a new vassal. Then press a claim for a vassal, so they got the land and not me. Usually the land goes to me. Okay, that was just a coincidence. Wasn't scripted to play out this way in the tutorial. So what are the downsides for me trying to seize the land from my vassals? You gain tyranny. Is tyranny a kind of thing that you just have to put up with? Like, you're going to have to do it sometimes? Converted from Norwegian to Irish. Oh, that's cool. Assimilation. Okay. Guy who owns Desmond. He doesn't look very happy. Revoke title. Doesn't have any vassals you can retract. I'll make one of his vassals, that's different. Revoke title. May incur tyranny unless you have a cause for revocation. You don't have limited crown authority or better. So this is one of the things, this thing up here, I can pay prestige to unlock this, and this is just like a... This is a prestige sink. I want to unlock these when I have the prestige to afford it. Okay, I see. And this generally just gives me more power. Like, when I start, I have autonomous vassals, I have not very much power. Okay. I see. No, particularly, now I could do revoke title, but I don't have any cause for revocation, other than that he's a dick. I mean, I guess I'm currently doing a scheme to make him happy, so maybe I don't want to do that just yet. Oh, I can preview the revoke screen without actually committing to it? Okay. This is an act of tyranny, causing your subjects to lose 20 opinion of you. Pressed claim. Considered legally strong and are inherited as unpressed claims by the children of the claimants. Lose 80 opinion of you for 10 years. Grows closer to forming a rivalry with you. 0% chance of accepting. He'll rebel against you. Okay. Now, is it a thing where if my scheme progresses and he hates me less, then I could get away with it? Or be more likely to get away with it? Now, I didn't have the ability after the initial time that I declared war on him to make him a vassal instead of an independent land owner. I did not have the option at that time to demand that he give me the land and, you know, give up all titles, right? Like, you don't get to negotiate the terms of surrender. That's your casus belli predetermines it. You have to uncover any secrets. Do not believe we will ever find anything either. Less going on here than a graveyard at noon. Okay. And as I have my people do things for me, they get better at those things, I take it? Disrupt schemes. Support schemes. But I actually have to have a hostile scheme running, right? That's kind of interesting that, like, the consequences of war are determined when you select the casus belli and not once the war ends. Because it's like, I kind of like that the result of the war is an inevitability that's just based on the math. It's not like... There doesn't seem to be a huge RNG component, right? That's kind of cool. That seems reflective of reality in a way. Alright, intrigue. I haven't discovered any secret schemes. Interact with another character to start a hostile scheme. Murder. No, that's okay. Oh. So offering a word is like voluntary... Sending a voluntary hostage, essentially. Probably makes them really, really happy with you. Used a fabricated claim, you would take the land personally. I see. Well, Theon was a captured. He was not a volunteered ward. It was a hostage that they took to keep the Iron Islands in line. makes me wonder why you would send someone on purpose, just to like, sort of like a marriage, like alliance thing. I trust you, watch my kid. Perks, new lifestyle perks. So, sorry, I'm confused. I already have Overseer, and now I can start exploring a different tree, is that right? Fort level, gold maintenance down, Overseer trait. I see. So this is something that I get specifically from advancing in this. You gain the trait Overseer. They have the rest of the tree because they've been gaining XP all their life. I see. Now that didn't replace a trait, right? That's just a new thing that character has that they didn't have before. Oh, I like the idea of sending the Spy Master to Desmond to discover if he's a criminal. So I have a legal reason to revoke. Okay. It's fun. Request excommunication. Now, okay. I only have imprison, murder, and request communication. What would I do to investigate him? That would be searching for secrets in the council menu. Is that right? Find secrets in Desmond. Okay. Train commanders, control in county. Oh, is this like basically repurposing your military to like keep the peace domestically? Try doing Fabricate claim now. Control below 100 means less taxes and levies. Autonomous collective. We take it in turns. Watery tarts line in ponds distributing sorts. It's no basis for a system of government. That's my favorite scene in that movie. Oh, your vassal created the Liberty faction against you. Only seeks to lower crown authority, but members are otherwise loyal to the realm. Okay. So pop-ups tend to be colored based on whether they're positive or negative. I mean, protecting against factions. Help, help, I'm being oppressed. It's the violent inherent in the system. She lobs a scimitar at you. Had a faction form against you, but don't panic. You still have time to set things right. Vassals and counties join factions when they're dissatisfied with your rule. To counteract this, you can increase their opinion of you or try to become dreaded. Pace your conquest. Make sure any claimants more popular than you suffer unfortunate accidents. Murder! Counties with a low popular opinion tend to join the peasant faction. Unlike other factions, this faction will rise up no matter if they have... Oh. They'll rise up whether they have a chance of winning or not. will always revolt. Makes sense. Yeah, let me try doing this Fabricate claim thing. While studying the tactics of ancient generals, I was astonished to learn about the exploits of Alexander the Great. During the conquest of Mesopotamia, assaulted an island fortress by demolishing a nearby town and then using the rubble to build a causeway. This allowed his siege engines to attack the enemy fortress directly. It was his navy which created a breach. Oh, this is cool. Gain the trait Forder. Cross water without advantage penalties. Military engineer. You gain 10 stress because you're wrathful. I really like that whole stress concept. That's cool. Quick to anger and fury. Reaver. Raid speed. You will look elsewhere for inspiration. Guess I'm not super interested in raiding people. Armies can be raised as raiders from rally points. Raiders can move into neighboring lands and pillage them for gold. In order to raid, a raiding army must stop at holding. Gold will be stored in the army and only added to the treasury when they arrive home. If you defeat a raiding army carrying gold, you will take it, and they'll be unable to raid you for some time. Only some rulers are allowed to raid, most notably tribal rulers. Yeah, it doesn't really seem like something I would do. Probably not going to be crossing water anytime soon. So I guess in that case I can just say wait for inspiration somewhere else. Okay, so I've already got 20 months to try to fabricate a claim on Leinster. Sorry, what was the tab for the faction you were talking about? Prisoners, court, factions. Wants lower crown authority, military power. Too weak to send an ultimatum. One member. That's funny. Oh, I see. Like the tutorial starts you ahead of a society. You're a little bit more advanced, I guess. Oh, advanced. This game has done a decent job of making me, like, morally uncomfortable playing it, if that makes sense. Like, there are plenty of video games that set out in tone that say, hey, your character's an asshole, go be an asshole. I'm like, okay, I can do that. But here it's like, I don't need to conquer it. The Vassals seem to enjoy their land just fine. I don't want to take it away from them. That's a dick move. And so I would be a bad duke. Making the guy like me or getting a hook on him will make him leave the faction. Okay. Faith. All characters believe in a faith, which in turn belongs to a religion. Catholicism is a faith which belongs to Christianity. Every faith is different from every other faith. Let's take a closer look. Faith has a number of doctrines. Doctrines set rules for members of the faith and govern many things, such as gender succession laws. What characters can hold temple holdings? I kind of like that they're representing these systemic pressures so strongly, where it's like, yeah, sure, you can go ahead and change this, but it's going to piss literally everyone off. Like, Tenets at the top are special doctrines that give bonuses or options for your character, like the ability to meditate or participate in great holy wars. Armed pilgrimages. Communion. And seek indulgences. Monasticism. Take vows, become a monk. Makes temperate into a virtue. Makes gluttonous a sin. How does sin work? Certain traits are sinful. Oh, like lustful or something? Interesting. Marriage type monogamous. Bastards can be legitimized. Divorce must be approved. Marriage between cousins is allowed. Will not give the incest secret. Same-sex shunned. Deviancy criminal. Male adultery shunned. Female adultery criminal. I kind of get the sense from some of the systems in this game that the team making it is pretty progressively oriented, but this is a weird question to ask. I've seen not great people on the internet adopt like crusade memes and like, you know, holy war, divine rights, Deus Vult crap, right? That seems kind of philosophically and morally opposed to the goals of Paradox and the developers of Crusader Kings 3. I wonder how they manage that. We were talking about that recently. Was it Caves of Cud? A roguelike game is currently having to contend with drama from the player base that, you know, some shitty players want to play as a Crusader type holy warrior to inflict genocide on a fictional science fiction race, and the developer's like, yeah, we're not going to let you do that. List of sins and virtues are in the middle. Lustful, gluttonous, deceitful, sadistic, vengeful, chaste, temperate, honest, compassionate, forgiving. Non-zero amount of fans who hold opinions opposed to the progressive attitudes of the devs. Generally banned from the forums. Gotcha. Fervor. The actual effects of a faith's fervor is always relative to the fervor of the opposing faith. For example, when using the convert faith in county task. It's interesting, it's like this game it's not like a satire of the Crusades. What's the best way to put it? It seems like the mechanics of this game are like the mechanics of a movie like American History X, right? Like the theme of that film and the script and the story are all about condemning neo-Nazis. But that doesn't stop neo-Nazis from thinking that the imagery in the film is cool and want to adopt it and be Nazis because of American History X, even though that's completely contrary. Like, there are scenes in the movie that are Nazi symbolism and, you know, Nazi imagery, but the way the film is constructed, it's clearly meant to condemn it. And I think it's the same thing with this game, where you're like reading through, oh, Christianity, look at that. Male adultery, shunned. Female adultery, criminal. And you go, huh, I get it, Paradox. I see what you're saying, right? But you wouldn't want someone to see that and go, fuck yeah, male adultery, shunned, female adultery, criminal. You know what I mean? Anyway, back to the game. All faiths have fervor. The political quarantine is going to get a little bit disrupted playing a game like this. It's like about politics. All faiths have fervor, which waxes and wanes over time depending on the number of adherents, how holy wars are going, and more. Fervor represents how fanatical most members of the faith are feeling currently, including the many unwashed peasants across the world. When your faith's fervor is high, it's easier to convert counties using convert faith in county to your faith. Counties of your faith resist conversion to other faiths. When fervor is low, rulers might decide to abandon their current faith in favor of another form of the same religion, spawning a heresy. Heretical rulers will convert along with their closest territory and vassals. Okay, so they've got specific rules for Henry VIII. Got it. For the faith view, it's possible to create a new faith of your own. Doctrines and tenets will cost a certain amount of piety depending on which tenets your current faith has. Not something to worry about for your first character. It could be very fun. First goal to work towards when you're feeling more confident. Cool. Having lust as a virtue can be OP. From the faith view, it's possible to create a new faith of your own. Oh, okay. I just read that. Just didn't dismiss it. As long as I'm playing reactively, I can probably turn the speed up okay and not risk too much. Keep it on like 3 or 4. So, does this game have... let me think I'd ask this question. Do I have to... Am I ever going to have to worry about something being idle? Like there being something that I can do, and the longer I'm waiting to swap it out, the worse it is. Is that usually going to show up in the suggestions? Like you have an unbetrothed child, or your scheme slot's currently empty, that kind of a thing? Go forth and multiply a lot. Yeah, exactly, Dale. And it does it with game mechanics, which I think is clever and subtle. My agents have not uncovered any secrets at his court. Do not believe we will ever find anything. You know best. You will make another attempt. Well, now that I've spent that turn trying and nothing happened, I can change who I'm doing and just say, screw this guy. He sucks. I tried my best and it didn't work. "17 opinion." Not a lot given how much of a dick he is. Is him raising a faction cause for me to stamp him out? Or revoke his title? He's by himself, so he's not a threat. Okay. Oh, okay. There's little parts of the UI that I haven't really noticed at all before. So, like, I'm seeing these little task markers that are filling. Gotcha. Fabricate claim. Peat quarries are being constructed. Hide tents. Increases levies. Defender advantage. So I could upgrade it, right? To hay meadows. Oh, I need a keep building. Manorialism. Early medieval era economic buildings. Known to the Irish. So how would I get a keep? Is that a bailey? Wall towers, curtain walls, winger, outer bailies. It's a castle upgrade. Oh, here? I see. Construct keep. Irish culture is the battlements innovation. Oh, expected to be discovered in 48 years, so I need to get that first. Okay, that's kind of cool. And they just discover those on their own. That's not like a tech tree that I have to invest in. Military camps. Outposts. You can focus on cultural innovations. Oh, if you're the cultural head. So is someone else on this island the cultural head right now? That's interesting. You gain 300 martial lifestyle experience. Spouse aids you in martial studies. You gain focus student for 4 years. Oh gosh. Battlements. Current cultural fascination. Beyond fortifying the keep, building a durable outer wall which can safely be manned by archers will give our castles an extra layer of protection against attackers. That's cool. I feel like they can give you... The flavor text is worth reading in this, it seems like. Household soldiers. As our noble families grow in power, they need soldiers to enforce their will. Establishing an order of dedicated household soldiers will ensure we have troops which are better trained and equipped than a standard levy. So what other games has Paradox done? Have they done, like... It seems like they've got a cool concept for expanding this beyond just, like, the medieval period, right? But maybe they don't want the scope to creep too heavy, and focusing it on medieval is... It's already pretty complicated. It would be way more complicated if it started as, like... Tribal caveman society. Efficient county taxes, you gain 50 gold. Earl of Thomond gained efficient taxation for 10 years. Nice. Good job, dude. Nephew and steward. Okay, so I can review the progress on all of these. Come to my attention, some local commoners are moving to Tralee, the capital of my vassal. Locals, newly settled or not, praising me can surely do no harm to his perception of me. Lose gold, sway scheme gains progress. Oh, okay, so this makes this get done more quickly. My attempt to sway him. We got a Roman era, 1800 and 1910, World War II game, sci-fi game. All kind of similar layout. I guess it works out for them that they focus here. There's the increased control in county task. Can I see the overall county opinion? Control 100. Popular opinion 50. Control absolute. So I only need to send someone to do the increased control thing when it's less than 100, but I can still get an opinion increase even if it's at 100, I guess. Still doing domestic affairs. Crusader Kings is focused on personal rule. Europa Universalis is about the evolution of the modern nation state. That's cool. Oh, it doesn't let you select it if it's at 100. Okay. So was Desmond below 100 because it was one that we had to seize? And Ossory was below 100 because it was one we had to seize? Hey, Suede. You continue your efforts. I know that's right. All through documents ancient and of less certain provenance, I finally have enough material to make the case that you are the rightful lord. All I'm missing is one little bribe. Lose 96 coins. 30 opinion of you for 10 years. Fabricated claim. I feel like I should show this game to Andrea. It's too complicated for her, but it's like Game of Thrones, but more so it's like the Tudors, I feel like. She really likes that show. Can unlock a new perk from the martial lifestyle. Reduce the risks of commanding armies. Oh. Let's try this. Combat lowers control. Okay. When he finishes raising control, he goes to levies, but doesn't notify well because... Oh, okay, I see. It's cool, I'm still getting the hang of it. So now that I have a fabricated claim... hold on. Request claim. That's from the Pope. Offer vassalage. He will not accept. Definitely have the military strength against him. So I'd have to declare war. My casus belli is my fabricated claim, right? Okay. I was kind of hoping I would just get the claim and then, like, offer to pay him or something. You can declare war. Well, it's recommending it, so sure. Their military strength is inferior to ours. You always get confirm screens. Oh shit. Now that siege could work, right? So I could try to intercept them here. Now they're fleeing. That already got me to 46%. Okay, I see. Now the siege is happening. I didn't realize I was at such a high speed. My knight, Diarmaid, has been wounded in his flesh and contracted foulness and swelling. There is nothing that can be done. Infected wound. Health severe penalty. Guess it happens. Prisoners can be ransomed. You think I lost anything as a result of being on 4, or it was just something I probably shouldn't have? Captured Donnchad, Marshal of Earl armies. For a favor. So I might be able to do the weak hook after I take his lands to get him back on my side, maybe. Organized service. The peasants in this county have been organized by a system to maximize the efficiency of their military and agricultural service. Nice. Wait, so I can't call favors on him anymore after I take his land from him? What happens to him after that? Does he join my court? I don't, like, kill him, right? They might not be useful. I see, so I probably should have taken the money. I guess I was thinking of earlier war attempts where they automatically became the vassal. That was because it was a different casus belli than the one I just did where I fabricated the claim, which means that I well and truly get that land and it's mine, right? Six months left, jeez. So, like, if you had, like, catapult technology, you could take their walls down and the siege would be over faster, right? You might still have claims and join another court, and that ruler could press the claim for casus belli. I see. So is that a choice you have to make, whether to murder the lord of the land you're taking? Levies, knights, archers. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, hold on. Raised armies. I don't know if I could afford them, could I? I guess I could probably afford them when I'm not at war. Camp cooks. Oh, they're cheap because overall, because the army spends less time out. Okay. That makes sense. And does that automatically include them in my raised army or just for the next time I'm attacking? Raise all armies. Oh, they have to rally together. So for them to do that, I just have to select a target location for them. Like stack them on top of each other, basically. Can merge when they're in the same space. And can they merge on top of the siege, or do I have to move them out of the siege for that to work? Okay, thanks. So they... Oh, I see. First army, second army. Station, split in half, split off new army. Disband. Second best commander sieges more quickly. Oh, I didn't realize I could even do drag box select. Merge armies. Thanks. Now I see siege weapons, okay. Oh yeah, that sped things up pretty significantly, huh? Change the commander to your siege specialist. Oh, I have a siege specialist? Oh, okay. Someone that has military engineer, basically. Yeah, that's cool. Small breach in the walls. Took my foe hostage. Sinful bishop exposed. It seems to happen a lot. Siege 1. Prisoner taken in the siege. Every character and county belongs to a culture. Cultures represent many things, most often their linguistic boundaries. Sometimes they're more of a shared heritage than language, or even a broad geographical grouping. Characters who share a culture can have slightly increased opinion of another, or also have. If your character is Irish, meaning other Irish characters will like you better. Culture determines innovations you have access to. It's possible to change a child's culture by having them be educated by someone of a different culture. That's cool. The culture view. Innovations of the various inventions and adaptations a culture has thoroughly adopted. While the concept of coinage is easy to grasp, it takes time for people to completely adopt the use of currency instead of bartering. Innovations provide access to new bonuses, buildings, men-at-arms for all members of a culture. Bishops be sinning. This innovation can progress faster by being the culture's fascination. Fascination is up at the cultural head, the most powerful ruler of the culture. Okay, so that's whoever on the island controls the most territory. Okay, with the battlements being the fascination, since that unlocks new stuff. Cool. Victory! Oh, coinage goes up faster when they see it. That's kind of cool. Uh-huh. You can ransom your prisoner for gold. Surrender, white peace, and force demands. Gain the contested title, you get the earldom, you get fame, your allies share prestige. Becomes your vassal. Oh, he's already considering a proposal. I have to wait for him to accept the ransom, I guess. Oh, don't ransom until you win the war. Where's my war score displayed again? To the abhorrent Petty King Murchad. My wisdom ever eludes you. You're a much greater foe than I imagined. So be it. Oh, I thought I already had 100%, which is why I ransomed. Expand. Okay, so this is my castle holding, so I can start building stuff here, right? Academy, siege works, jousting grounds, blacksmiths, tax offices. So these are all like straight upgrades if I build them, right? I mean, I have to pay the money and wait the time for them to build, but there's no downside associated with any of these. These are duchy buildings. Oh, I see. Okay. Levying grounds. Farms and fields. Crop fields. Looks like it takes a long time for constructions to pay off. One of your counties has low control, which means you'll get reduced taxes and levies from it. There are ways to increase control again. Many places you can see control in the domain tab, in the realm view, in the issues view, and in the county view. Go to your council view and assign your marshal. Leave a county with low control. It may gain county corruption. Particularly when you don't counter too much land in one go. I see. So the idea is don't go crazy with conquering. You need to conquer and then spend some time building control there. And then once control's at 100, then you can pretty safely conquer again, right? Just kind of accidentally what I've been doing. It certainly wasn't my intent. Increase control at county. So I can keep pushing to try to get up to 6. And the guy that previously, well, it said he became my vassal, but he doesn't hold any land at all, right? Kitties, be nice. Iconoclasts. Organized Christian faith. We consider them hostile, they consider us hostile. 100% fervor. Any use of spiritual symbols violates the second commandment to not make graven images. The literal iconoclasts. They seek to destroy religious iconography and reject the creation of new ones. I mean, fair. Watched Brother, Sun, Sister, Moon, the 70s movie about St. Francis of Assisi recently. And it really focuses on like the opulence of the Catholic Church in contrast to St. Francis. I've become disillusioned with the teachings of the Catholic priests. Nobility no longer consider the clergy to be righteous and true. Believe their new faith properly aligns with the will of God, and they are distancing themselves from their former religious institutions. Do have some good points. You convert to iconoclasm. Most family may convert with you. You lose 250 piety, which I can't afford. Okay, so what twisted mockery of our faith is this? Is a flavorful way to say, do nothing about it right now. Franciscans are a heresy that can come up? Yeah, no, that's what happens in the movie. The local rich church loses all of their followers, and they all go to St. Francis's following out in the woods, basically. So the local church gets mad and burns them down. So Francis goes to the Pope to be like, hey, what did we do wrong? And the Pope formally enshrines them after that point. I haven't made any adjustments to the default settings right now. Low county control. Working on it. You can create a duchy. Oh, interesting. Is this based on owning contiguous bits of land or something? So this costs money, so I can't afford that yet. What is a petty king the equivalent of? Okay, I'll wait until my money builds back up. Now, would that mean I would instantiate like a new duke, or it would become part of my dukedom? I get the idea that the whole thing's hierarchical, but hey, Gertrude's pregnant. Double duke. Okay, thank you. That's what I needed to know. Ah, okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Lord of Highguard and ruler of the Reach, blah, 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 blah. Hey, Suede. Hey, dude. So he's already in the positive for me. Can I take steps to fight his faction? Or is it just eventually fizzle out once he likes me enough? Oh, it would? Now, why is that? Is it just because of it's adjacent to it? If you're a king, there's a limit on the number of duchies you can hold, but not right now, it's just a duke. I see. Faction targeting you has disbanded. Hey, the faction of one guy. All right, I might try to make him slightly happier. Let me see what other people think right now. Because this guy was already my vassal and he liked me and I helped him take this land. Okay. Time move forward a bit. Should I generally be running a hostile scheme? Is it bad that I'm leaving that blank? I mean, the only ones I see are like murder, which I don't want to murder anybody. So for my courtiers, let me think about this. Are they like resources that I can spend in order to improve my relationships with people nearby? Has a useful county claim. It's cool that it tells you who's important in this list. How's my kid doing? He's 4. He's a grasper. Charming. Getting caught for murder makes everyone have a negative 15 opinion of you. Like it gets set to negative 15 or they lose 15 opinion? I'm gonna do the duchy once I have enough money for it. Lose, okay. This game seems really complicated when you go through the tutorial, but I feel like it's not too bad in terms of the decisions per second. And I appreciate that for the most part, as long as you're not leaving any of your council members idling, you can kind of just play reactively and wait for these suggestions to pop up. At some point I'll probably want to play more aggressively, but I really appreciate that they tried to give you a play style where you could learn like that. Let's see. So, how would if my intent is to conquer all of Ireland, what's the benefit of foreign affairs? Like, mechanically, I can imagine what they would be historically, but starting in the small space of Ireland helps. You don't want to be in Germany right now. Gotcha. What kind of so I guess when you play this game, there's not a main story or a main campaign. Under normal settings outside of the tutorial, you would like pick where you start, what era you start in, the rules of the world, that kind of a thing, and then just see how far you get in it. You get prestige from foreign affairs. Interesting. Pick a start, pick a goal. More sandboxy. Sure. Is your goal something that is formally enshrined in the game? Or you personally decide, like, you know, Minecraft, I'm going to build a castle. Said about you. Okay, gotcha. They have sample goals in the achievements. That's smart. So you could sit here and just say, I'm going to improve my tiny little kingdom and never compete with anyone else ever. And just raise my little family in my little town. Raise a ton of money, but never fight anybody, and then probably get conquered by somebody that sees us as attractive. Make your dynasty more renowned. I see. Versus playing wide. So far the AI hasn't been aggressive at all. I don't know if that's just a result of the setting I selected, but are they more or less likely to want to attack you depending on how attractive you are to attack? I'm guessing that's a thing that you can set in when you make a new game outside of the tutorial. This region of the map is chill in the beginning. Perfect little daughter. Gormflaith. That's such a pretty girl's name. Let's go to Gormflaith. May you grow to be strong and wise, my daughter. I'm the strongest power in Ireland. Okay, so the computer doesn't do anything that's like outright stupid. Still working on county control. Once that's 100%, I can probably... Well, I'm waiting on money to make the duchy, that's right. I need 250, so I guess I'll just move time forward. I'm waiting for the money to make the duchy. Focused recruitment for 10 years. Nice. Outpost constructed. Increased control in county is done. Now there's no reason for control to decay unless if there's like violence. I thought I saw one of these as red a second ago. Right, I raised the taxes on this guy. I don't want to spend any more money right now because I have to save up for this duchy. Ridden, take an aim, and struck so many times without nothing could upset my rhythm. Take another gallop down the practice range. A commotion I cannot fully see makes my horse rear up. Momentum keeps me pinned to the back of the horse as it starts shaking. As if time is flowing slow, I can feel myself becoming dislodged. Oh, 40%. You manage to stay on. You gain 100 martial lifestyle experience. You gain experienced rider for 10 years. You die for stable ground. Better safe than sorry. Lose prestige and getting thrown off your horse. That's clever. I think it's a more interesting story if he gets wounded, right? It's like the really stupid wound that Henry VIII got. So being thrown left and right, but no motion can make me loosen my grasp on the reins. My commands soothe the horse, and the animal is soon back to stomping eagerly on the hard-packed ground, as stable as ever. Gain 100 martial lifestyle experience, experienced rider. Light cavalry pursuit, screen, pursuit screen. You gain warhorse. Oh. You gain 10 stress. Now, has happened, will happen. Why would that make me gain stress? There's some personality conflict, I guess. 10 stress is a small amount, given that I'm getting prestige. Oh, okay. Yeah, this tooltip for prestige for stress made me assume that it only occurs when you do stuff contrary to your nature. I see. So you can consider stress as a budget that you have to manage. Mythology is full of awe-inspiring horse names. Slipnir? No. Xanthos. Like Boreas, Greek god of the north wind. Which one's the decision screen? Organized march, movement speed up. Parthian tactics. Siege weapon effectiveness 40%. Inkwell. Decisions. Go on a pilgrimage. Found the new religion. Strengthen bloodline. Consecrate bloodline. Found holy order. Invite knights. Host feast. Call hunt. Search for physician. Oh, that's basically a new court, a new council position. Notify when this decision becomes available. Oh, I think I accidentally dismissed the tutorial there. Oops. Sub-council. Small dangers due to a petty king and his consort. Servants have acquired after recommendations. Now they've assembled a few options to choose from. Alpin, Wandering, Covetous Adventurer, Bold Villain. Irish Catholic, Unmarried, Older, Both of them fail to impress me. Oh, I have to pay. Okay, well, that's fine. I can delay the duchy a little bit longer. Oh, I should have checked the learning stat first. Oops. I didn't think I was going to get that amount of info. Oh, I didn't make a bad decision. 15 seems pretty good. Alright, so where do I see that he's the physician? First, I thought the simple footman a fool for stepping on the training field. Battle proved more hard-fought than I expected. Gradually became clear he would be unable to stop his wild and vicious strikes from hurting me. Disarming him suddenly became a matter of life and death. This is another one of those games where it's fun to imagine the like whiteboard. What are things that we have to include? What are cool medieval tropey events? You gain 10 stress because you're wrathful. This peasant and my soldiers will get a lecture on honor. 24 dread. I want to pick this one, but it doesn't work with wrathful, so... Designated guardian. Ask the head of faith for gold. So is it usual, is, like, if you don't have anything obvious to dump piety on, asking the Pope for money is the best way to do it? Is that why it keeps coming up in the suggestions? Or is there some reason to, like, save piety? Designated guardian. So what's the purpose of designating a guardian? Does it improve their relationship with you or something? Holy wars and divorces cost piety, I see. Teach the kids can change their opinions. So you want it to be someone with good learning, I guess? Oh, the guardian's stats influence the child's development. Interesting. The kid has a trait. Charming, diplomacy +1, intrigue +1. So diplomacy and intrigue. Okay, so maybe him. That's a cool mechanic. I said it with Debbie, but she's fucking crazy. She has the best stats, though. Comes with the territory of being crazy, I guess. Actually, Mom is way better. Let's have it be Mom. Mom, why don't you become the guardian of our kid? We shouldn't have a culture conversion, right? Oh, I didn't realize that her culture wasn't Irish. Central Germanic group. So it's like I'm having to map a lot of this onto Game of Thrones and the Tudors, so bear with me. It's an idiot's pop culture understanding of, like, feudalism. It's like Catherine of Aragon is Spanish, so if she's raising the kids with stuff that she knows, she's going to impart some Spanish cultural tendencies into them, versus if they send them off to be raised by an English person. It's interesting. How does culture, does it just change their opinion? Like, you want them to be more Irish, you want everyone to be the same culture if possible? That's generally the mechanical incentive in the game. I've got a hook on the Pope. Ask for gold. To the loathsome. Considered your plight and decided to grant your request. Praise St. Matthew, here comes the tax refund. Okay, now I have enough to get the duchy. Create title. Realm succession will be inherited according to your Confederate partition male preference law. So I get to decide right now. If you're a member of a different culture, the technologies you unlock will change that of the new culture. Does everyone in your court have to be in the same culture, or is it just who the player character is that determines that? Choose someone to grant this title to. May as well be my heir, right? Is there any particular reason to distribute the titles differently? Knights. Allow to be a knight. Forced to be a knight, forbid to be a knight. So how do knights work? I don't think I've noticed this before. Basically, I have capacity to add one more knight. Guest, your knight, player heir. Oh, I see. You need to have some of them, so these are the courtiers that you're risking whenever there's combat. Outside of the levies, which are a abstract number. Can employ them with money. Brian must join your armies. You may take the place of a knight with higher prowess. So really the only choice I can make here is to move someone from allow to force, right? Otherwise, when it's set to allow, they might just choose to become a knight. Knight with high prowess makes a large difference in battles. Is that true to history? I kind of get the sense that wars aren't won by, like, hero units, despite what's useful in movies and video games. Like, was it that the knight had really fancy armor and could survive longer and do more damage, essentially? Your glory is widely known. You can declare war on Petty King Ed. So, help me understand. I think I asked this earlier and I missed if someone answered it. I think Leon predicted that if I got this duchy that I would immediately have a claim on Dublin. Is that just a proximity thing? That I have a big control area next to a small control area? Horse is good if you want someone to conveniently die in combat. Forbid keeps them safe. Oh, clever. What determines its being a part of the de jure duchy? Is that something that is hard-coded into the map before you start the game, or...? Oh, it's history. Yeah, so I don't see how Dublin fits into that, though, right? Your military allies are stronger than your enemy. War can be very beneficial. Oh, it actually wants me to take Petty King Ed over here, not in Dublin. So I guess I can click here. It always gives me a confirm dialogue, you said? Why would I have a... Can I... Yeah, I'm not planning to go for it. I'm just trying to understand. Can I see why I have a claim? I understand that I have a claim, and sometimes I can imagine why I cause there to be a claim, like doing the Fabricate step. See a list of your claims. Claims. Kingdom of Ireland, unpressed. Legally tenuous are not inherited by the children of the claimant. Unpressed claims become pressed if they're used in a casus belli to declare war. Huh. Okay, so there's some legal argument in history that is abstracted in the video game into the idea of a claim. That says, I have the right to be the king of all of Ireland, and I have the right also to be the ruler of Connacht, or whatever this place is. The game abstracts that concept into an unpressed claim, which is, technically I could argue this, but I haven't actually made any formal attempt to push it. A pressed claim where I've made a formal attempt to push it, and then I formally actually have the title if I succeed in pushing the claim. But the idea of an unpressed claim is that it's a legitimate cause to go to war so long as this ruler is still in charge. But the instant I fall off my horse and die, that unpressed claim evaporates. I can only pass on... Can you pass on pressed claims to descendants? Or only actual titles that you've obtained? I must have inherited it. Pressed claims are legally strong. Oh, and they're inherited. So, unpressed claim is less strong than a pressed claim is less strong than an actual title that you hold. Okay. Well, so far the game has been very forgiving. I don't intend to save scum in this, because I feel like it's against the nature of the game, but I kind of want to see what happens when I do make a bad decision so I can get a sense of the consequences. So I'm going to try pressing here and see what happens. I might wait until I have a little bit more money first. Hold on. Okay. Gain the contested title. So they have an ally with 3,000 soldiers. Where are you seeing that? Oh. Duke Vratislav of Bohemia. Right, this is me. Okay. I see. But it depends on if he calls for aid. So what are the consequences? Maybe instead of having to actually do this and then load my save, I can just explore it by talking. Let's say that we beat him before his ally shows up, or he doesn't call on his ally. Like, what does that mean? Does ally get super pissed at me? Yeah, because he's really far away, right? Where do I go to... Okay, Bohemia. Yeah, it would take him so long to get over here. Oh wow, I didn't realize I could zoom out this far and see what's going on over here. So the game's simulating what's happening between all these places all the while I'm over here ticking around in Ireland. Right click on a title to zoom to it. Alright, well, let's give it a shot, see what happens. $750 per siege, we're not doing that. The Duke has joined the claim. So I guess we'll see what happens when I finish the siege before he gets here, right? Wait, did I not actually send this guy to march? Crap, I didn't. Hold on. This is my most recent save, right? Yeah. I thought I had set it to March. I didn't realize that time was progressing so fast. Fair war. All right, here we go. Time seems of the essence, yeah. Salt fort. Small breach in the walls. 4 months. Wanted to be my siege commander. I don't think that changed anything, but I think it's because I got a siege bonus recently. Oh, siege events. Every 12 days a new siege event occurs. And that can cause the meter to change? Okay, I see. What's this battle over here all about? The Mare is sick. No price is too steep. Somebody else's war, okay. They're just fighting it near my lands. Preaching unorthodox doctrine. Your court chaplain's poor learning skill caused the problem. That's funny. Oh, I got negative piety. That seems bad. Oh, I see. So we had some kind of really lucky siege event there, I guess, right? Force demands. Oh, can I not enforce the demands because I haven't fought with the... Because I haven't fought his allies yet? Oh, it's just a bug? Okay. Force demands. May wisdom ever elude you. So be it. Alright, so what's the deal with the Bohemia guy? Is he still marching on me? I don't even see where it is anymore. Just want to know if I'm going to get hassled later. It's a vassal of the Holy Roman Empire, so you should be in here somewhere, right? Oh, here we go. Duchy titles. Duke Vratislav is currently imprisoned? Imprisoned by King Harold IV, hard ruler of Norway. Huh. Well, he doesn't seem to hate me. Okay. Well, right on. Guess I can't complain. Let's disband all armies. Set our marshal. Probably need to allow a little bit of time to pass, right? Now I have a valid target. Okay. Cool. Foreign affairs. Gains prestige. Collect taxes. I don't know, I like increased development in country better. Haven't really found any secrets. Haven't run into any schemes. Side effects are worth noticing. Your county. So I can build holdings in any of like the sub-regions. Probably want to have them as far inland in my own territory as possible, or does that not actually matter? Temple must be constructed in this country. Need gold. So what determines what kinds of holdings you're required to build? Like it says I have to build a temple. Why is that? Save. Oh, there needs to be a temple there first. Netweavers, Duchy building. I need money. I am super broke. Alright, let me turn up the game speed for a while because I am broke. I need to get some money. Decision available. Search for a physician. Wait, did I lose my physician? What would have happened to him? Did he die, maybe? He's here. Oh, he's at the top, okay. This court physician Alpin. Maybe it's just a tutorial step. Oh, notify you when it becomes available. I must have done that earlier, but then I actually found somebody. Okay, never mind, we're fine. Low County Control in Connacht. I'm working on it. Currently in progress. I see. That makes sense. Honorable Craven. Dude, you suck at almost everything. You're not getting a council position. Are you kidding me? That just means he's going to get more and more pissed over time, right? Clanging of mail and the clashing of swords rings in my ears. My knights practice their arms. I study them intently, trying to ascertain each one's particular strengths and weaknesses. A little rest for them, for as soon as the bell is rung to signal the end of the mock melee, the stable doors are open and it's time to bring out the mounts. Might gain a martial lifestyle perk. Mounted exercise. Rides for hours in the courtyard, ensuring your grip stays strong and swings bear down with force. Prowess +2. It's a mighty fine Mare you have there, my petty king. If you'd allow me to take her for a ride, I would be very grateful. Haha. Interesting, so I can raise opinion with him. So you gain prestige by being an asshole by saying, no, I'm better than you? It's kind of funny. Enjoy yourself. Nightly practice, Hilltop view. These random events are pretty neat. I dig them. I feel like you create stories in this game like you do in something like Dwarf Fortress. Earl Ragnvald glances at the mud fields at the bottom of the hill. These can serve as the outline of an enemy army. Form my knights as I inspect their battle line, preparing them for the strategy at hand. You gain a martial lifestyle perk unlock. Prowess challenge. Gain the trait aggressive attacker. Enemy fatal casualties plus 25%. Let's do the one that's just a unlock. Precision strike. I am the head of a force of nature. Charging to the flanks of an imaginary army, my knights never strain from my plan. I know this is how I bring utter devastation to my enemy. Cool. Yeah, that's cool. Living off the land. Raid speed. I don't want raids. Don't care about raids. Supply. So I'd take this for the supply capacity upgrade, I guess. Sappers. Siege progress up. Let's do the movement speed upgrade. Oh, that's as a result of the chivalry lifestyle? Interesting. So are there different kinds of victories like in Civ? I mean, granted, there are no victories because you set your own goals, but can you play this game completely diplomatically and never do combat? Or is combat sometimes necessary? Really focus on swaying this asshole. Personal scheme. It'd have to be someone in my court who doesn't like me, right? Spineless blackguard. Wanderers sometimes show up in court as guests. They stay for a limited time. They can be recruited as a permanent courtier by the ruler. Usually in exchange for money, right? Or can you get them on your court permanently by getting them to like you? Sister-in-law doesn't really like me too much. Seduce, romance. 95% chance. Trying to get people to like me. Marrying courtier guests is a good way to take advantage of them as a resource, though. Okay. I think I need to start fabricating claims now, again. Oh, I see, and I can fabricate claims on areas that my vassals control. Sure. Work on that, please. Oh, you can search for unmarried in your court. Who all do I want to marry to each other? Does that add any benefit, except for my people that are explicitly members of my family? New perk. Trait strategist. Diplomacy 1, martial 3. Cross water without advantage penalties. Your neighbor, Murchad, won against your other neighbor, Ed. Claim the Earl of Dublin. So maybe you could take advantage of, like, them being weakened by a recent war to try to go in there and fabricate a claim. Finish the increased control in county test. Proving or finding a new commander or knight each month. Okay, that's cool. I like how it highlights all in green there. I probably have more buildings that I want to work on, but money is an issue at the moment. Crop fields. Need money first. Okay. Boreas. Getting a whole little story about this cool horse. Renowned trainer has approached me after hearing rumors of my mighty mare Boreas and offers her services. All I ask in return is small compensation. Move swiftly to be stronger, work on her endurance. I think she's lacking is fierceness. So, okay, I'm starting to see, like, I've seen people tell stories about these games, like, oh, I was playing this game, Crusader Kings or Europa Universalis, which I haven't played, but I've heard people tell stories from it, like, and this crazy thing happened, and this person was dating this person, and there was all this, so, like, being able to tell the story of, yeah, I was riding on my horse, and I rolled the dice to try to stay on top of it, even though I risked being wounded, and it ended up being okay. So I kept the horse and decided to train it myself, and I gave it a name. And then, you know, it got sick, but I spent the money to heal it. And then years later, I had a trainer come to try to offer to make them stronger, so I had them work on our endurance. It's kind of cool. I like it, even though it's random events, and I imagine if you play this game enough, you might see the horse quest chain. It's again at some point. The first time you see it, it's still pretty neat, and I imagine there's enough branching paths that you can create cool stories in that respect. Work on her endurance. Results can be seen instantly. Enduring Warhorse. Stress loss plus 25%. Yeah. I feel like it becomes a problem if the game does random story-like events like that in such a way that you can kind of see the code and realize that, oh, this is random event number 1638. I don't really care, right? But this game seems to be handling it pretty well, and it paces them pretty well, too. Spies have informed me about a hunter causing a ruckus at the local tavern. The man's been sending large amounts of gold and bragging loudly about the great deal he struck with a fancy lady in pearls and silk. He drew a map of the local wetlands for an unknown noblewoman. The spies think the lady must be scheming against me or one of my subjects. Finbar uses 30 opinion of you for 10 years in prison. You imprison Finbar. As I have a fair reason, no one will think me a tyrant. So you gain more vigilant regardless, but you could either let yourself get stressed out and do nothing about it. Interesting. Can I, if I take on the stress of knowing that there's this problem without immediately throwing them in the dungeon, like, what can I do that's good about that? I guess the benefit is that they don't lose opinion of me. I don't care about this guy's opinion. He's just a rando wanderer. Just curious what it even lets you take the stress in the first place. What was that? Roderick does not endorse you. Church holdings. So I lost my old bishop. I see. He's coming here soon. And he's not going to like me immediately, right? Because of him being new here. So I have to start swaying him. But I should finish my existing scheme if possible. Okay, I'll do that first. Died under mysterious circumstances. Huh. So, okay, this is the first time that's happened. What can I do to investigate that? Does that suggest that something's afoot? Yeah. The one with the map. Yeah, I imprisoned the person from the map event. Thursday makes those you have a realm priest on your council. If these bishops hold immense power and are more willing to share it with you, should you stay on their good side? Where would I do find secrets? On my capital. %60 chance of learning a secret. Because the bishop is implied to have been in my capital when it happened. Okay. Novice physician trait. Sweet. Okay, I can try that. Hold on. They would count as being in my court. Prisoners. Torture. Execute. Oh, torture is interrogate. Novice hunter. Misguided warrior. So what would make it worth torturing him? I mean, I suppose the events could be unrelated. We're just assuming they're related because they happen close to each other. Another sinful prince archbishop exposed. Some lifestyles give bonuses for torturing. Does torturing affect my piety? I kind of don't want to do that. So you basically need to sway new bishops every time, right? Which is funny. Bishops expect to be coddled. Started a scheme against Roderick. Your vassal, Mare, already has a low opinion of you. Well, I gotta do the bishop first. Bishops like to get murdered a lot. Cardinal Wolsey, right? Performing duties as my spy master. He's uncovered a secret held by my nephew. Secretly taken my courtier, slain as a lover. That's useful to know. That wasn't why someone got murdered, though. So maybe I'll try to have him look again. Oh, he's still searching. Okay. All that's missing is a bribe. Definitely big on the Cardinal Wolsey feels with the bishops. So I could have paid him a lower bribe if he liked me better. Right. That's one of the ways where I was saying I feel like the game, through its mechanics, condemns medieval feudalism and holy war, right? And the cultural practices of the time. But I could still see how somebody might miss the point. No, it's there's a speed indicator in the bottom right, and I can pause. Performing his duties. Covered a secret held by my Bishop Roderick. He's taken my daughter-in-law as a lover. Okay, so I could use that to, like, gain a hook on him. Yeah, I like to pause constantly in this kind of a game. Blackmail. Now, why? I wouldn't mind blackmailing him, but what are the drawbacks and advantages? Is blackmail just straight up a positive? It just gives you a hook that you can use later. Okay. Right, thank you. I keep forgetting that I'm able to test it without actually doing the blackmail. It's just scary to go to an option. Right-click blackmail. Get a weak hook. Might accept. On decline. You expose the secret. I don't know how valuable the hook would be. Yeah. Now maybe if it was a strong hook it would be different. Sure. I can just hold on to secrets like that indefinitely, right? Okay, let me check. Active tyranny. And it pisses off the Pope. Because it's not criminal. Okay. Declare war. I see, so you'd have to make it public. Whoops, I made a mistake there. I accidentally unpaused at max speed. I'm just gonna step that back. That was max. Yeah, I misclicked. Now we're at 0 speed, raise armies. It's where I might want to split my army to deal with his that's marching on one of my other holdings. Months left. Okay, I think I win before he wins. Commanding another army. As long as they've got military engineer, that helps, right? Because it reduces the siege phase time. Oh man. Priests and bishops and they got involved in this crap all the time. Oh, he also is friends with the Duke of Bohemia. Okay. Well, hopefully I win before he gets here. That would be bad. Man's waiting for me to impress him. Gains opinion of you, gain lifestyle experience. We should greet some recruits. Respected figurehead. Okay. No effect on the siege. Stalemate. Okay, I see. Desertion. That's not good. They had desertion too, okay. In the situation I'm currently in, would it generally have been better for me to have split my army to stop the siege down here? Or just try to beat him? Don't need to split. We have generally better defenses. Took my foe hostage. Forced demands. So be it. Yeah. Bohemians like, well, they lost. Whatever. It's fine. Okay, so I have 4 prisoners. What can I do with them if I have them as prisoners after the war is over? Ransom, negotiate release. Take the vows. Recruit. Oh, he's got 20 learning. Dang. Godless antagonist. Gambler. Forcibly recruited. Ransom the kids. No, these guys can only do it for a favor because there's no money left. Dungeon, house arrest. I see the dungeon option. Where's the house arrest option? Oh, in house arrest, in dungeon. Okay. I see. I ransom this guy for money. I'm gonna use duties as my spy master and covered a secret held by my daughter-in-law. She's taken my kinsman Todd as a lover. Interesting. So yeah, I guess I should have been searching for secrets in my own city for a while. I guess part of that benefit, part of the benefit of researching secrets is that you might get random secrets that seem pointless now, but through sheer luck, when that person becomes a problem later, you can immediately use it against them. It's kind of cool. Okay. Let's see. Empire titles. Faiths, Catholic. Cultures, Irish. Norwegian. Houses. That's me. My son Brian. Yeah, I see that. So I probably need to build new holdings in the places I control now, right? Cattle lands. Peat quarries. You die, you'll play as your heir. Titles lost on succession. Royal Prerogative Innovation. Huh. Discovered in 358 years. Interesting. Oh, I see. Because you basically, you take over that as a new character, right? Once your heir takes over. So the other siblings might become rivals at that point. There's nothing I can do about the Confederate partition, right? The Irish culture does not have... No. So I'll take all of Leinster over there and possibly be a rival later. Pickle. Huh. Diplomacy up, stewardship down. Hostile scheme resistance. Want to become king before you die. I guess I'm 51. That's a cool aging effect they do on the characters. So does becoming king require that I conquer the entire island? Decisions. Found the new kingdom. I need piety. I burned a bunch of it earlier. 101 gold. Okay, that's cool. Wait, what's happening here? Am I being attacked right now? It's in my... I don't have a raise all armies option. Is there anything I can do about it when it happens? Maybe this is what this is up here. You can create the Kingdom of Ireland. 1 second. Jur part of Jur hierarchy. Oh, I need money and piety before I can do that. Yeah, it's in decision over here, right? Found the new kingdom. Or is that different? Sorry, I thought you guys were... I was trying to figure out how to deal with this vassal fighting. How can I help? Custom kingdom. The juror is the one that's from history. Okay, I see. What do I do about this? Stop Vassal War? Perks. Die is already cast. Let's see this war to the end. Ends in a white piece. It might not be horrible for them to be fighting. Oh, I didn't realize you could change your lifestyle. So that is safer, so you don't die before the kingdom gets formed, basically. Hey, Serp, how you doing? Working on county control. Working on making the bishops suck less. Lifestyle's locked for 5 years on switching. Where do I go to change lifestyles again? See the titles, claims. Thanks. I've only ever clicked on this in a context-sensitive way before. So basically you take the health boost and it makes you live slightly longer at the end of your life. Okay. That's cool. Makes sense too why someone would do that. I'm just going to gain XP in that over time. Alright, I'm going to unpause, and we're going to try to get up to enough money to found the Kingdom of Ireland. So what were the prerequisites for that other than just the money? Was it holding a certain number of counties first? Yeah, so I've been changing the commander to a siege commander for a while now, but can I just ensure that the king never goes out to battle? Designated guardian. Alright, her deal is learning and stewardship. Someone who's good at both. Godless antagonist. Guessing these stats are generally higher the older the character, right? Oh man, my wife is just great at being a mom, apparently. Sorry, what was the issue? Oh, you wanted diplomacy and learning. Okay, well she has a high learning anyway, so I think that should be okay. So the childhood trait is the one you want to match, not their current stats. Duties. Covered a secret hub by my courtier. Debbie. She's the one that murdered the bishop. Oh my god! I knew she was crazy. What? Drunkard, impotent, feeble, lunatic, negotiator.
Oh my god. Oh my god! Although actually it was sort of obvious.
Let's see what I can do about that. I can't imprison her for murder? Can't imprison an ally without a reason. Yeah, get a strong hook. No kidding. Oh, I see. Oh, here's my list of secrets. I see. Expose, expose. She's a pretty powerful character. I'm wondering if it's better to go for the strong hook or to just put her in jail. I mean, she might do it again is the problem. Married to my half-brother. I haven't seen this mechanic before, and I'm not super clear on how it works, so again, I'm just going to save to make sure I understand it. Educate child. That's the bishop her only murders so far. Expose. I still can't imprison, huh? That's what I wanted to check. More time need to pass first before I can? Can't imprison an ally without a reason. I guess I have to blackmail since I can't imprison her. That's why I checked. So it wasn't clear what it was going to do. Best thing I can probably do is just blackmail her then. We'll accept 100%. You have gained a blackmail murder hook on Debbie Lane. Man, Roderick, dude, buddy. Oh my god, you spend so much money on this guy? Screw this guy. It's like half of the cost of founding a kingdom to get the fucking bishop under my thumb. Jeez. 11th century Catholic Church. Counselor died of old age. He was a cool guy. Chancellor. Chancellor needs to be good at diplomacy, right? 19-year-old, sure. Yeah. No one rid me of this turbulent priest. Oh, because the powerful vassals you want... Okay. So they're going to be pissed if I pass over them to put this 19-year-old kid who's more qualified than them in the position, right? That's clever. And basically being denied a council position just causes their opinion to tank over time. I see. Where do you see that the negative 22 vassal's afraid of me? Oh, this icon over here, terrified. Due to your dreadful reputation. Oh shit, you're not kidding about Desmond being a spy master, especially since I got him on my side, even though he was an asshole before. I'm a spy master. Sorry guys, this is a meritocracy. Its relevance just do a good job of telling you who's best. Oh, because he's chicken, okay. I see. Starting with vassals. And take a look. No, not really. People match it, but not better. My marshal's the shit. I don't think I have anyone that could even compete, yeah. My current scheme, still working on Roderick. Witchcraft. Evidence you may be participating in secret rituals. What evil is she planning? Marry a strong counselor if you have a single woman in your court. Oh, I guess I haven't looked for that. Unmarried. Arranged marriage. Stewardship. No, everyone at best is like a 10. Oh, find spouse. Where is that option again? Oh, range within your court, find spouses outside. She's a guest, so it won't work. Okay. So it has to be someone in here who's not already married. Gotcha. Okay. Greetings. That's fine. Likely to receive a good education due to Petty Queen Gertrude's tutelage. Beautiful. Oh, so she inherited the genius trait too. Nice. But her older brother did not. He's the one that gets to inherit everything. I like how subtly the character ages in the corner. That's cool. Very well, you know best. Well, I have to say, dude, the instant I put you in charge versus the other guy, suddenly stop finding secrets. Roderick slightly swayed. Starts endorsing you. That should increase my income, right? I basically have to bribe every bishop when they show up. Keep paying money for my special horse. Make my Bishop Roderick more susceptible to my attempt at approaching him. I can include a compliment in my next missive to his court. Mention his ambition. It's well received. Comes as an insult. Assertive presence. Based on how it suits him. He's greedy, arbitrary. So do these three basic personality traits, are those what determine which of these is the best choice, or does the treacherous ravener one determine that? Impatient. Oh, thank you. That's helpful. So is there something for every possible combination of three traits? That's cool. Yeah, that's very cool. Oh, that would have been so fun to whiteboard that. Come up with the traits and figure out what you're going to call every possible combination. All right. Definitely not unshakable faith in God. Soaring ambition you might not take right. Assertive presence. Ideally they should happen now. Our recent correspondence has been a source of joy for me. I can't help but think we might both benefit from increased communication. Excellent! I don't proc this often.
Excellent!
Cool. Okay, so my bishop sucks less now. I'm still waiting on money. I need to get to 500 to found Ireland before I die. Increase control and county task is done. Okay. Increase opinion. Yeah, I guess I'll finish this sway on him. I feel like having a high approval from the bishop is important. And I'll start on this guy. No longer have an allowance with Sishar because he's no longer a ruler. Interesting. Trusty Mare, another renowned trainer. Can she be double enduring? Results can be seen initially. Very enduring warhorse. Thanks, game, for not screwing me over. Roger, gain 25 opinion of you. Someone's always mad. Yeah, reflective of reality, right? I kind of like that. That's one of those ways where I feel like the mechanics are commenting on the system. Your powerful vassals, your owners want power even if they don't deserve it. And dealing with them being pissed at you is frustration. Learning perk available. What do we get? Anatomical studies. Words get additional skills. Cultural fascination progress. Oh, that would have been nice next time. The next one I'll probably focus on learning. These are more interesting to me. Theologian. Restraints. Wash your hands. Iron constitution. Massive boost to disease resistance. That seems pretty good. Huh. When death of natural causes is 1 year away, you will receive a warning. That is a very flavorful ability. That's cool. See how far we make it. I'm 1 gold away. Okay. Sorry, I'll get it in a second. Great title. Kingdom of Ireland. You are now a mighty high king. Cool. Oh, you get a new costume. Okay, so that should change the way succession works, right? Because what I don't want to happen, I basically want my son to get everything, right? Instead of splitting it up between my kids, since I'm only going to play as Brian. You have 1 or more powerful vassals who have a negative opinion of you or blocking all succession law changes. I have to get the hereditary innovation first, it looks like. 354 years, yeah, it's not happening. Oh, now he's going to be a duke and vassal of the first son? Interesting. So because I solidified power, he still gets to keep his space, but now he's a vassal instead of being a rival, right? Now, where do I see that that's the case? Oh, it should update soon? So are the shields. So it shows Brian second. So we're just trying to make sure that I know it's going to work the way y'all are saying. Okay, because the duchy is part of the kingdom, basically because we made a thing 1 step up from what we previously had settled, they both fall under each other, and he's automatically a vassal. Whereas before I just had 2 duchies. Losing titles, they're not leaving the realm. Oh, okay. Thanks, I didn't notice that. Gotcha. Cool. Okay, probably try to fabricate here. You transfer a higher title, everything under that title goes to the title as its vassal. So the only direction you can go with that is that can only happen when you go from county to duchy, or duchy to kingdom, or kingdom to empire. Otherwise, if you had like split kingdoms, that could be a problem. Is there a mode in this game where you start lower than I started? So instead of starting already with a duchy, you start with just a county? Oh, I automatically have de jure claims to everything in the Kingdom of Ireland. So maybe I don't understand the de jure concept. It seems like it just means hard-coded game thing in order to match how it worked in history. But is there an implied, like, historical right where you're just saying that you have the claim because you do? Divine right of kings kind of a thing? Or is it just a game mechanic? It doesn't correlate with some historical power struggle thing. Some counts of difficult starting positions. If you had two kingdoms like Ireland and Scotland, one son would get each. Real historical divine right of kings thing. Okay. Cool, thank you. So I don't need to fabricate claims anymore. I could just attack if I wanted to. Oh, here we go. Adopt special succession type. Partition succession makes us weak and divided. Perhaps the realm's magnates would accept the historical alternative. You may pick a form of traditional elective succession based on your culture. Be applied to any of your top-ranked titles using partition succession. Any of my held titles rank as equal to kingdom. Cost 300 prestige. Think on the matter. So elective would just let me choose who gets everything. And I could potentially give all of it to my oldest son instead of having to deal with the vassal. Oh, is this an Irish concept? Interesting. Have more land, do we get more votes? That makes sense. Question which to succeed me after my death has plagued me ceaselessly. The dread of splitting the realm is ever on my mind. It's difficult to persuade the realm to accept the new order of succession. It can be much easier to return to the old. Tanistry elective. Vassals swearing title allegiance. The character has a one-way opinion of every other character. Okay. Ruler and all vassals of 1 and 2 ranks below the title can nominate a title heir. The Tanist among the members of the ruler's dynasty. The vassals will tend to favor older, distant relatives over close family. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, sure. Right. So it probably won't be my son, but it would just change who I end up playing as still. Oh, why did it change my player error twice in a row there? That was kind of funny. Cast your vote. Oh, is it showing who has the most votes right now? I see. Relevance. Active election in the Kingdom of Ireland. Tough soldier. Patient. Yeah, I wanted to do that because she seems great. Genius seems awesome. Oh, sweet. Gormflaith! Gormflaith! Neighbor can be vassalized. Oh, so I can just do that instead of conquering them and just taking their land? Also, I guess becoming a kingdom increased my domain holdings cap. Need money for more holdings. Use hooks to force people to vote the way you vote for the next 5 years. Huh. Interesting. So I could force it to be my genius daughter, who I want to be queen. Offer vassalage. Active election in the Kingdom of Ireland. I already voted. Total score 5. Vote strength 5. Electors. I see. So if one of these was a lady who I caught of murder, I could definitely force her vote, right? Don't have a usable hook, don't have a usable hook, don't have a usable hook. Okay, that's cool. If she's winning, that's fine. Excellent. Excellent. Rightful liege. You're not the rightful liege of a vassal, so lower their opinion of you and make them give you less taxes and levies. Oh, wait. Strive to be the rightful liege of all your vassals. How do you achieve that? Does that mean I have to, like, expand the Kingdom of Ireland or something in order to be the rightful liege? Call my vote on my own. Let's see. Great touchy titles. So I don't actually remember where you go to do the duchy thing. Is that, Counts want to be under the correct dukes. They may not exist yet. Okay, they all want me to vassalize them, so I'll just do that then. Title's gonna be created. I see. Thank you. But I need a bunch of money to do it. Sure. Hey, Burner, what's up? No! Not my nephew. Fuck that guy. Enjoy yourself. Heir unmarried. And the election is still going on, right? Locher family loses opinion of you. Use a hook. I don't have a hook. Basically, everyone's constantly has their vote in, and they can constantly update their vote until the death of the king, death of the ruler. Excellent. Fabricating claims. I understand. Force vote, I don't have a hook. So I'm gonna need to try to get hooks to force them to pick my daughter, right? So what are ways I can generate hooks? Is it mostly just from discovering secrets about them? Oh, I can modify their feudal contracts, right? Or no, does that not give me... It just gives me increased opinion with them, right? Pretty much just secrets. Let me let this sway attempt on Roderick end really quick. Use hooks would not generate them, okay. So I would, if I want to find secrets on the important people who are voting, it has to be on the capital, right? Has to be on where they live. Oh, okay. So, to figure this out, I can click Election, Electors, and then how do I jump to their holdings? Can I do that? Oh, I see. Here we go. Gotcha. So it probably makes the most sense to do it on someone who I have a lot of approval with. Man, this guy went from hating my guts to being like my best friend. He likes me so much. Okay, so we want to investigate his... Oh, I can't have him investigate himself. He's gonna have to investigate the other guy, right? I assume he won't investigate himself. Marry somebody just in case he fails to get in. Okay. Gregarious. We want inheritable traits, right? Intelligent. Get another genius. Take intelligence. Veronica seems like not a bad choice. Temperate, content, and arrogant. Oh, but she's also... Oh, she's 21. Right. Good health. Oh, I did pass the genius? What does the icon look like? Oh shoot, I didn't realize these are all the way over to the right. She is 9 though. I'm really gonna wait till she's old enough, but big yikes. Oh yeah, let's not do that. Yeah, let's do Veronica. That seems fine. Seems perfectly reasonable. Okay, so I need to save up money to make things official here. Hey, thanks, Kami. Appreciate that. Liberty faction created against me. Seeks a lower crown authority. Time flies in this game. It's pretty wild. Deviant on the loose. Retreat to my chambers for the night. Assemble upon one of my guests. My innermost sanctum. How do you get in here? It's not what it looks like. Heck, he's half naked in the process of bodily defiling my finest leather shoes. It is, in fact, exactly what it looks like. To the dungeon with you. You gain piety. This will not happen again. You get a secret. That's funny. It's just a guess, so I don't care. Yeah, I'll take, I mean, 250 piety seems pretty nice. Caught a dude pooping in a shoe. No, he's just a guess, he can't vote. Troll up, Phil. Really? It's unexpected. You're known for your dedication to your faith. I accept the invitation. I look forward to this. Spymaster, secret uncover. Spymaster's average intrigue skill led to this windfall. This guy's lowborn, he's not voting. He's a deviant. Am I able to blackmail up the chain to the person he's a vassal of? Or does it only affect the person that was actually discovered? Knew how to sound as clever as you do. You gain 75 prestige. 5 opinion of you for 10 years. Started as an ordinary feast, became an exceptional one thanks to the presence of Earl Ed. We spoke all evening about all manner of subjects, and as things would have it, we seemed to have a lot in common. I had such a good time with him. What a good evening! Yay, gained a better opinion of him. Time to wash off traces of merriment and wine, resume my duties as Lord of the Realm. You lose stress. Farewell, my vassal. Another sinful bishop. Faction targeting you has disbanded. Well, that was quick. Alright, I still need to do these titles. Need lots of money, though. Okay. We've yet to uncover any secrets at Earl Rognvald's. I don't believe we'll find anything either. Okay. Basically, all of the little sub-kingdoms are able to vote, right? Let's see. So we go, it's an election, electors, let's go find secrets here. Thank you. Not going to ask for gold right now because piety does stuff. Recently discovered. Got to get up to 250 to found a duchy. Okay. Titles can be created. Meath. Great title. Great. No, I can't give it to my daughter, right? To Donnchad, I guess. Any reason to spread those around? Is it just like dangerous if the person you give it to ends up not being the new player character or something? Donnchad comes of age. I was hoping that good tutelage would be enough to teach Donnchad the increase of diplomacy. My efforts have come to naught. Few at any court would be overly impressed by his grasp of etiquette. At least he knows how to hold his own in polite company. Oh. So, okay, if you get a secret on the wife of a person who's voting, can you use that? Intrigue skill led to this. I might want to murder the guy so he doesn't vote the way he's voting. Okay, I don't need to keep swaying Roderick. I think he's my, like, bestest bud right now. Too many held duchies. Oh, interesting. So, how does that work? Do I have to, like, redistribute those to somebody else? So it said I have to incorporate them, but then it also said that they're pissed. Being one over is not too bad. But when I make the next two, I should give them to someone else. Grant 2. Give it to my most loyal people. Guest, your son, nephew, steward.
Ding 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 ding.
destroy title. So we want to grant it probably to people who have been helpful so far, right? Opinion of you. Yeah, so I would give it to Earl Ragnald, because he's been great. Or even the Desmond guy who used to hate me and now is my awesome spy master. Granted to the person who will inherit it. So, sorry, I'm confused. I already have them distributed to my heirs. Why is it yelling at me that I have too many? If I thought the whole idea is they can't go to my heirs, and that's why they're mad. I don't think I get why it has to go to Conchobar. Oh, so should I give it to Conchobar? Yeah, I thought when I first set it up and I clicked give it to him that he had it. Giving it to him early. How do I give him the... Okay, sorry. I'm confused at the UI on this. This game has made perfect sense up until right now, and now I don't know what we're doing. After I created the title, I selected a person to give it to. I gave it to my son, Donnchad, and then it yelled at me and said I had too many. How do I know where they are, and how do I get rid of them? Oh, but I did the same thing I did last time. I didn't hit confirm? Okay. So Meath has to go to someone else, right? Grant to son. Grant. Okay, I think I fixed it. Maybe? I wonder why it seemed to work the first time, because with Leinster he got it right away. Okay. Cool, we're about at time. I gotta leave a bunch of notes for my future self if we play this again. Thanks, Six Gun and Raker for sharing this. This game's really cool, and I was having so much fun that I completely lost track of time. Didn't realize that it had been 5 hours. Kind of has that just one more turn feel to it. Future Marstead, you've conquered Ireland. You've got a bunch of people as your vassals. You continue earning money in order to consolidate a few more of these duchies up here. Use these issues as a guide of what you can do. Main thing you want to do, though, is manage your council. Make sure that everyone's doing something useful. You've got your steward working on developments. Looks like he's got promote culture, which wasn't available before, so maybe look into that. You've got your chancellors currently doing foreign affairs to increase your prestige. You want to do increased control in county whenever you take over a new county and the control drops, and you're looking for secrets because there's currently a election going on to determine the line of succession, determine who the heir is going to be. You want it to be your daughter, Gormflaith, because she's a genius, but everyone's voting for somebody else. So you're currently researching secrets on your vassals who are voting. You can find a hook against one of your vassals. You can basically blackmail them into forcing them to vote the way you want them to vote. And I think you only need to change a couple votes in order to get your daughter to win. Other notes here, you can check your court on this list. intrigue, you probably want to get a personal scheme running. You currently have it disabled. Maybe start trying to get someone on your side who has a low opinion of you. I think the election's still being led by Conchobar by 1 vote. So if I can get -1 vote, +1 vote, she'll be winning. I just have to find someone that I can get some leverage on, so you gotta keep looking for secrets. As you gain learning perks, keep spending on them on things that will cause you to live longer. You need to survive long enough to cheat at this election, basically. Just like the real world. I think that's everything you need to know. Maybe watch a little bit of the tutorial at the beginning. This game is super cool, though. Thanks again to Raker and Six Gun. It's definitely the kind of game that would be extremely intimidating to try to learn, but that tutorial did a great job of slowly easing you into it, and I really liked it.